Hey there everyone, my name is Hitesh and I make coding videos, and these days I make a lot of coding as well as AI videos. So, when you work with AI, there are only four things that you learn to handle. The first one is the chat. You send some message, AI gets you some message back. Second one is the coding part. You send some messages and AI generates code for you. The third one is images. You send some prompt and AI generates an image for you. And the last one is video. You send some prompt and AI generates video for you. If anybody understands how to handle all these four in the ecosystem of AI, he can build any kind of application, AI agents, and whatnot. Everything is accessible after that. And my goal in this video is to walk you through and teach you all these four aspects of building AI application. You will be building AI SaaS, and on top of that, the only thing that's remaining is your creativity and prompt. Once you understand how to write better prompts or how to write focused prompts, you can just convert this application into any kind of SaaS. So welcome on board. This is one of its kind of video where we are going to teach you how to build AI SaaS in the most generic way. You learn the foundation and building block of how every AI on this planet right now is behaving. And on top of this video, you can just make this AI SaaS focused for any business. Maybe you want to build an AI SaaS which is focused on generating thumbnails for user. Maybe something like Dance where you want users to generate a specific videos out of a comic book. Maybe something else, maybe a code reviewer, whatever you want to build, you can build on top of this one. So this is a pretty interesting video. Not only that, I also want to walk you through that how reliable the code is when it is being generated by the agents. So what do you need to take care about that? Can you ship that code in the production? There's a very interesting perspective on that. Let me take you onto the screen to make sure that you understand this. So this is AI focused development world. Everybody is using AI. It would be completely wrong to say that, hey, I don't do AI. Everybody is doing AI and I'm doing a lot of it. Now, whenever you're doing anything focused with the AI, there are two parts of it. The first one is the backend, which obviously a lot of people are writing with the AI, and obviously, including me, a whole lot of front end. In fact, almost all of the front end is now being shipped via the AI generated code. But the problem comes up if this portion of the AI is not that much rock solid, if there are some mistakes in it, maybe UI bugs, maybe even some logic bugs, that's okay, that's fine. It is doable, it is changeable. But if there is any bug in this portion of the code, the backend, this is not at all acceptable for anyone. Backend still should be rock solid, should be a bulletproof mechanism. It needs to handle everything. And injecting AI in this place is not that easy. You may be compromising some of the reliability, some of the stuff. So what I prefer to people to that is take care of this backend part. This is your number one priority. This should be all in your control. And this front end, maybe even the mobile application, all these things can be produced and shipped via the help of agents, Claude, OpenAI, whichever is the favorite one you're using. And one of the way how I have found the speed of delivering these freelancing projects is to just sort of outsource it. Don't outsource it completely, but actually build it through the Strapi. Now, Strapi is open source headless CMS. Let's actually dissect what this exactly is. So when I say open source headless CMS, the first portion, which is most important, is the open source. I'm in full control of what is happening in my code base, but not only just I am in full control, I can go ahead and write that. I am also in full control. Apart from the control, it is also battle tested. That means this has been up and running in the open source ecosystem for really long time. I don't even remember how long, but it's a long running project. It's battle tested. It has gone through with all the vulnerabilities, all the security issues, and since it's open source, a lot of people report these issues and you can fix them on your own, or the community is very active and they work on it. So that's my first important part. The next part is the headless CMS. Because Strapi is a headless CMS, that means it gives me full control while keeping the backend safe and production ready and everything. It gives me control that I can design my own consumer. Design your own consumer. What do you mean by consumer here? Consumer can be anyone. It could be classic React application. It could be Next.js application. It could be an Expo application, maybe a Flutter application, whatever you need. This is just the consumer of my backend. These are sort of front end, you can just say. So this is what it means by owning the headless CMS. a lot of people think that this is really tough, which it is not. If you go ahead and work with the Strapi CMS, all you have to do is copy this. And let me tell you, we will not even open our code editor and I'll show you the demo of this one. Isn't it interesting? Let me show you. And by the way, the source code is up here, 72K. Go ahead, give them some star. That would be really fun. Let me go ahead and open up my terminal. I use Warp these days. Feel free to use anyone which you like, but I somehow happen to like Warp. So what we're going to do in this case, I'll just go ahead and create a new directory. And I'll call this one as YouTube Strapi, because that's unique name. All right, let's go into YouTube Strapi. This is why I love Warp. It just suggests whatever is required, not just random stuff. Now, all I have to do is run this command, which is npx create Strapi app at the latest. I'll change this a little one because I want to show you a demo a little bit faster. So I'll just replace, you can run npx as well, but I'll just go ahead and run bunx because it will be faster, little better. But again, feel free to use npm. I'm not a hater of npm as of now. And I can just go ahead and do this and it will just generate that. It will ask few questions and questions are important in this case. And I want to show you everything real time. What's the name of the project? My Strapi project. Sounds good, not bad. All right, so I'll just keep it that one. And now there we go. So it says that, hey, this is a device confirmation. It just selected, I accidentally pressed it a couple of times. So I'll just kill this and do a quick ls. And there are too many things opened up. Okay, so let's try it again. My bad, I accidentally pressed enter twice. I want to go again, bunx. Let's go ahead and do this. What's the name of the project? This time I'll select the project name, YouTube STR for Strapi. Yeah, that's good. Let me just expand this a little so that we can see it more. Yeah, this is the one where I accidentally pressed enter. I shouldn't be pressing that, but anyways. So it's asking us that whether you want to log in or you want to skip it. The screen that you saw up here is the login screen. I won't be logging in. Although you can create an account, it's a much easier process, but I'll be skipping this for this demo purpose. I'll skip this. Do you want to use the default database? Although these days I'm a big fan of SQLite, I'm loving it a lot because I'm using it a lot. But you can go ahead and inject any of your database of your choice. You can use Neon, you can use Supabase, your own spinned up a Postgres version. It supports all of them. I'll go with SQLite in this case. It's easier and faster. Example structure. I will choose example structure because this will help me to understand the architecture of how Strapi behaves, how it works much easier. I'll just go ahead and say Y for yes. TypeScript, yes, of course. I love TypeScript. I guess everybody does. Install dependencies with npm? No, because I will be installing them through the bun, so that will be faster for me. So I'll say no for this one. I don't want to initialize a Git repository because I'll share the project later on for this one and get with this one. So it has created this one. I need to go into this project. And if I do a quick ls, all of the project are here. I can just go ahead and say, hey, bun install. And there we go. This will be much faster. Hopefully it doesn't take much of the time. If this would be npm, this would be taking much of the time. But one thing you might notice, I still haven't opened up my code editor. Warnings are okay. These are just raw dependencies and all of that. You don't have to worry on that. Now it is seeding my database so that I have some of the things to actually see on the project, and then I'll walk you through with this one. So everything is installed. I can just go ahead and say ls. Now everything is here. I can just cat the package JSON as well to see what's happening. So in the package JSON, you can see we have all these scripts. So these are all the scripts that are available to us. We are only worried about this dev script so that it starts as Strapi develop, Strapi develop as the command for that. If you want to deploy, there is a single command. I'll show you that one as well. You can just click one-click deploy. You can deploy it on your own VPS or in the Strapi cloud as well. So let me go ahead and run this, bun run develop to run this. And that's all you have to do. Notice I haven't opened my code editor yet. This is going to take small time. There we go. Build is all clean. We have all the admin path, everything going spinned up. And there we go. So this is the first look of the Strapi that you get. And it is really powerful. I'll add up my name, last name, and email. Hitesh at the rate, I'll enter my another email and password. Hopefully they are same. And let's start, they are same. So now you can see this is what it gives you for the very first link. One of my favorite feature about the Strapi is, I'll show you that in a minute in the settings. But the first thing that you can see, we have marketplace, we have deploy scripts, we have the content type builder, we have the media library, then the content manager. The first thing that you have to go and do is the content type builder. We can skip this demo. So this is the whole thing what you see. And if you see just above me, if I can move this, yes, I can move it here. So what you see here is the collection type. This is, you can consider this as like tables in your database. If I click on the article table, which they call it as collection type, but this is internally the table. You can see each table has its own data types, just like what is supported in SQLite or the Postgres. We can see this one is a string. This is also a string. We have a UUID, we have a media type as well. And then we have relations as well. Just like in any ordinary database, we have all these relationship, one-to-one, one-to-many, all of this can be achieved here. If I want to add another field any given time in any table, I just have to click add one more field, give a name to this one. I want to add a text. You want to add anything, Boolean values, JSON, email, which is a text field with some added validations, UUID, or you want to add some component, dynamic zone, everything is supported up here. Even relation, which is just like how this table is associated with another table. You can have numbers, Boolean, name your field. Then you have advanced setting as well, which you can put up as required. So nullable, non-nullable, all these things are actually translated and interpreted in this way. And you can just mark it as null should be true and all of that and add it. And that's it. This is how you design all of your tables. Once all of your tables are done, Strapi also provides you some single types through which you can actually design your about pages or global settings value. What should be the entire site description, all these. So these globals means this can be accessible anywhere. You just have to hit a request to Strapi and get your data, and that's it. Your page can be dynamically changed just from the content management system, and hence they call it as headless CMS. Entirety of the website is controlled via the CMS. We have some components as well here, but this is all basics. So the first part that you need to understand is how to design your tables. You can do that programmatically as well, but this is the first part about it. After that, you need to go into the settings. This is where my favorite part relies, and this is not about the branding. You can go ahead and change your branding. But in the bottom here, you can see administration panel, and here you see the roles. Roles are really, really interesting in Strapi. What it does, it just doesn't allow you to be an admin, super admin, or an author, but actually you can add a role and you can decide what activities you want this user to be allowed. For example, I want a user who can actually go ahead and create anything in all of this, but only read and cannot update and cannot delete. That's it. I can go ahead and create a fresh role which has these permissions only. So granular permissions is something which you should really focus on, and especially in the age of AI, where these permissions can actually do a lot of damages. Instead of doing those damages, you can just provide some read access only or create access, no delete access to any of the AI agent or to some of the user who will be logging in. And that's it. You can just go ahead and work on with this one. And here you can see you have all these users, you have audit logs as well, what's happening, all of this. So this is one of my favorite feature, which goes, the roles are very, very granular. And you have the plugins of roles as well. So all the authenticated, you can even have providers. So the first time you saw that we were doing the email login, all I have to do come up here is provide the GitHub client and the secret ID and the secret, and that's it. My GitHub login is all done for the headless CMS part. And that is really, really nice about all the things. And now once you're done with this, now you can go into Content Manager. You don't have to design an admin panel for your content. You can do that for sure. But here you can simply go ahead and write a fresh article, create a new entry, add the data in your data fields, and that's it. Your another article is done. Not just article, this is how they populate the basic Strapi. But it can be used for a whole lot of purpose. You can build e-commerce, you can build social media application, and anyways, it's in your control. You can just scale it to anything that you like. And this is why I say that whenever you're building any application, the front end, give it all the AI. Mobile, even the interfaces and all these things, you can just take the help of AI. If you take control of the backend and even the AI, you know things needs to be better tested. They are open source, they are headless CMS. So you can freely develop application. This is what we have been using for a lot of our clients for the freelancing work. It does the job really, really fast. And we have the full control. We actually deploy them on a lot of Strapi because they are very affordable in that case. But feel free to use it any VPS. Feel free to use any of your favorite VPS or the infrastructure provider that you can go ahead and use it. So that's your small basic tour of Strapi that I want to give you. That it's a pretty fun one. And even if you do a lot of hackathons or anything, hey, this is a pretty interesting. You don't have to focus too much on just the setting up infrastructure. You can focus on writing your business logic or your core problem, and reliable infrastructure is up and running. So very, very useful for hackathon. A lot of our students also use this. So this is all the basic. So now that you know about the problem statement, the Strapi, and all of this, let me give you next up a demo. So our entire team worked really a lot on this project. So we always come up with ideas of creativity ideas that, hey, what could be really beneficial for the user? So next up, we'll show you a demo of the application that we'll be building, and we'll be handling the chat, we'll be handling the code, we'll be handling images, and finally the video as well. And this whole SaaS can be transformed in anything that you like. We'll be using all the good practices and the production ready tools that we use, and that's it. So this is all from my side. Let me take you on to the demo part and hope you'll enjoy that. And one last request, please, it's very important for us that you share some feedback, some support, or just a hi attendance marked in the comment section. We absolutely love that feedback. So let me take you on to the demo part, and that's it for the brief overview of Strapi.
In this project we will going to create a complete AI SaaS application that will going to implement Next.js and Strapi together. So first thing that you can do is you can sign up here by putting your username, email and password, and if you already have existing account you can simply log in inside the system. So let me quickly log in. So the moment you log in you will be redirected to the dashboard page that will showing you chat, that will showing you code, that will also going to show you images and videos, so you can directly chat with AI and get your response. All right, you can directly chat with code section, so this will basically going to return you the code response. And we also have image generation. These kind of images you can directly give your prompt and generate. Not only this, you can also change the aspect ratios of it and get the output. Along with that, you can also create videos by simply putting the, I can say that, entire prompt here, and you AI will generate videos like this. Cool. And you can simply change your aspect ratio to wide. We can also have vertical. In same way you can generate videos for 4 seconds, 6 seconds and 8 seconds. All right, not only this, if I just show you the landing page of my entire application, so this is how the landing page look like. This looks pretty amazing, pretty professional. From the day one you can simply push this entire project into the production. You can go to the light mode, you can also go to the dark mode. So this is the entire project that we will going to create in upcoming chapter. So you can also log out from here, and this is the entire application we will going to build using Next.js and Strapi. See you in next chapter. All right, welcome to chapter number 1, and the chapter name is Introduction of Strapi and Project Initialization. So, in this project, we are building a full AI SaaS with the chat, code generation, image, and even video modules. Before we jump into all that, we need very important thing, and that is your backend. Now, usually building backend, let's just say this is your backend, all right? And building backends means you have to set up lot of moving parts, like your auth, like you will going to create a lot of APIs, going to manage a lot of content specific to that. We just wanted to handle users for it, and honestly, that take lot of time. Yes, by setting up everything from scratch by yourself will going to take your lot of time, and that is why we will going to basically so instead of building everything from scratch, we are going to use here Strapi. All right, now the first question arrive here, what is Strapi? So Strapi is basically, let me just simply take you to the website of strapi.io. So the open source, yes, this is open source. The open source headless CMS for AI powered website and app. Design your data models, generate APIs instantly, and integrate with your favorite frameworks such as Next.js, such as Expo, such as Kotlin. You can Angular. You can just integrate with anything while leveraging AI capabilities and keeping full control of your code. All right, and yes, these are some of their partnerships, collaborations, I can say that. Then building your websites and app that way you want is hard. Basically, so the Strapi is your open source. Yep. If I just simply come here and try to write that, so Strapi is your open source headless CMS. All right, which basically means it give you a backend system. Yes, it's give you a backend system that can manage data and expose it through APIs. Yep. This view, they basically automatically build APIs endpoint for you. It automatically generate, yes, REST APIs, or let's just say you wanted to use GraphQL. Yep, you can also use the GraphQL APIs based on your content. So you don't have to manually build everything. And by the way, why we are actually using Strapi? So for this project, Strapi help us. Let's just say like in this project, we will going to do a lot of things. So in this project, first thing Strapi help us, and we can say that with the help of handle authentication. Yes. Then next, they can help you to manage your users and then their data. Third, they help you to instantly, yes, because we just instantly wanted to create this app. So I can say that instantly help you to create your APIs, and interestingly, from the day one, you can scale it to a millions of users. Yep. So I can simply say that it scales easily. And interestingly, the best part is we still have full control over everything. Perfect. So let's just move ahead and without wasting any time, let's move ahead and start setting up Strapi and get our backend up and running. Perfect. So for setting up Strapi, you just simply visit strapi.io. Perfect. You can simply visit to their GitHub as well and give them a star, because such a nice open source project. I have already started, but I highly recommend you just simply go and give them a star. And this is your open source headless CMS. You can simply copy this command, which is your npx create Strapi app at the rate latest. Perfect. And then right now I just wanted you to open your VS Code or any IDE of your choice, and then open your terminal. Make sure you have created one folder name basically, and then simply paste this command, which is your npx create -strapi app at the rate latest. All right, and oops, nice. Then let me simply press on enter. This will going to create a Strapi application for us. Now first question they are asking is, what is the name of your project? So I can simply say that as AI SAAS Strapi. Perfect. And then I can simply press on enter. Then next question they are asking, please log in or sign up. I can simply press on login. Cool. Now automatically this will redirect you towards this specific page. You can simply press on confirm, and yep, now you can simply come here and wait for a few more seconds. This will automatically authenticate yourself. And next question they are asking you, do you want to use the default database? Yes, why not? Let's go with SQLite and simply press on yes. Do you want it to start with an example structure and data? Right now, no. Simply say no, because we will going to implement our own implementation. Then next question they're asking, start with TypeScript? Yes, always. Simply say yes. Next, install dependency with npm. Look at that. They're asking you each and every question. Yeah, let's go with npm right now. Next is, do you want it to initialize a Git repo? Not now. We'll initialize that, but not now. Cool. So now let's just wait for a few seconds and they will going to start creating Strapi applications for us, going to install all the dependencies, going to set up each and everything for us in less than a minute. Okay, let's just wait for it and then I'll be right back. All right, guys. So now the installation is done and you can see all the logs which is coming here. Your application was created, available command in your project, start Strapi in watch mode, like every time when you make any kind of changes. So this is inside your watch mode. Then next we have start Strapi with without watch mode, then build Strapi admin panel, then deploy Strapi project, display all available commands and to get started run. Perfect. So right now I just simply wanted you to say npm run develop. Perfect. Definitely. We need to first of all go inside AI SAAS and then this will be your Strapi and then run npm run develop. Perfect. And then let's just wait for a few seconds. This will basically going to start my Strapi development server. Cool. And amazingly, look at that. I'm redirected to the Strapi admin page, which running inside the localhost 1337/admin. Okay. So first thing they're asking us is to first of all create a basic user. Perfect. So let me simply create a user with the name of, let's just say, Suraj Kumar Jha, some sample mail, some sample data. Cool. And then let me also put some confirm password and simply say keep me logged in. Cool. And simply press on get started. And what type of work do you do? So I am a full stack developer. I can simply say finish. Perfect. And sometime it just not take this. So you can simply go towards the /admin page. Okay. And look at that. This will your welcome page, and first thing you will get, we are glad to have you on board. For the next 30 days you will have full access to advanced feature like content history, release and sso, every thing you need to explore the power of Strapi CMS. You can simply say start exploring and look at that. These are all the features they give to you. Perfect. And in same way you can again log out. Perfect. You can again simply just come here, create another user, log in with another user, everything work perfectly fine. All right, so let me retry to log in. Let me simply say here this, and right now if you go to the content manager you will find nothing. First, initially let me just start talking about each of them one by one. First thing, we have simple homepage. Homepage only contains some basic information about you. All right, everything is empty. Next, we have content manager. Now, what is this content manager? This is where you can create your content by residing inside the dashboard itself. Next, we have releases. These are just premium features. And next, we have media type. What is this media type? You can simply add here profile, a photo, your videos, your pictures, your audio, and you can keep safe at this point, and you can use everything inside your Strapi backend dashboard. Next, we have content type builder. This is the place where you can come and create your, I can say that, backend schema. And this is the place you can simply add the data to your backend. All right, we'll see that. Next, we also have deploy. So Strapi is your open source CMS. So you can self-host that. Next, they also provide you their own cloud services. So you can deploy to the cloud, a Strapi cloud itself. You can simply press here and do a basic research about what is this cloud Strapi. You can do login. You can even host your application, your Strapi CMS to the Strapi cloud. Next, we have marketplace. They have bunch of, I can say that, plugins, bunch of other products as well. You can simply install them and integrate them inside your application. And then we have settings. The settings contain a lot of informations like API token, release, internationalization, media library, plugin, lot of things. Perfect. So this is the basic of, I can say that, of your Strapi, and this is how Strapi actually work. You need not to maintain your backend separately. Perfect. So this is the beauty of Strapi. Now, first thing we did successfully, we now have a basic idea of Strapi, which is very good. Then we also able to initialize the Strapi project. Next, I wanted you to close this AI SaaS Strapi and keep running your currently Strapi application, but create new terminal and then simply come here and search for Next.js. Yes, so simply come and close every extra thing and simply visit nextjs.org/docs, go to the website of it and copy the installation command. Yes, so inside this application that we will going to create, which is your AI SaaS, we will going to use Next.js as a front end layer. Cool. Simply copy this command and paste this command. npx create next app at the rate latest. Perfect. Nice. Now, first question they're asking you is the application name. So right now I can simply name it as frontend because our backend is already exist. And then next they're asking you some questions like, would you like to use the recommended Next.js default settings? Like for language, you will going to use TypeScript. For linting, you will going to use ESLint. No React compiler. Tailwind CSS. No source directory, app router, and agent.md. You can simply press yes. Use all the recommended settings that we have. Nice. And now let's just wait for a few seconds. Then I'll be right back. Now our application installed successfully. Simply go inside the CD frontend. Perfect. And then I can simply npm run dev. And then I can simply visit on localhost 3000 just to see my application is actually up running or not. Perfect. Nice. Cool. Yes, now we have successfully installed Next.js as well. Next, I wanted to set up Sadcian UI inside my application. So for that, I can simply visit ui.sadcian.com. Perfect. And then I can simply press on docs. Now, first of all, you might be thinking, what is this Sadcian UI? So this is the foundation of your design system. A set of beautifully designed components that you can customize. Such a powerful line. Extend and build on. Start here, then make it your own, open source and open code. So basically they give you the entire code of each and every component which is available so that you can customize that according to your brand. That is the beautiful thing. Next, you can simply just press on new project and then you can choose design according to your own requirement. You can simply say shuffle. I'm loving this design, so I can simply copy this preset. Perfect. Or maybe you can simply say create project. And then yes, we wanted to use Next.js as a template, and as a base, you can use base UI, Redux UI. It's up to you how you wanted to use. I think let's move ahead and why not? Let's use base UI. Use pointer on button, such a nice feature, and simply copy this command. Close your currently running application and paste this command, which is npx sadcian at the rate latest init hyphen preset, some ID of it. Then base is going to be base UI, template of Next.js definitely, and then button type as pointer. You can simply press on enter. And this will going to start initializing Sadcian UI inside your application. Cool. So first thing, they did some pre-flight check. Then they verified the framework, which is Next.js 16. Then they validated the Tailwind CSS, which is version 4. Then some import alias. Then right now they are writing their own component JSON file, which contains all the informations about Sadcian. Now let's just wait for a few seconds so that all the installation just installed completely. Now they have updated the font, created two files. This is just for sample. One is your button, another one is your libutils. Then next they also updated some global CSS file. Now we can add components. So how you can add components? You can simply click on component section, simply select any one of them and then choose your base UI, copy this command, but instead of writing npx sadcian at the rate latest add accordion, simply remove this accordion. Perfect. And run only this command. So this will going to ask you something. Cool. The question is, which component would you like to add? Space to select, A to toggle all. Simply say A, so that this will select all the existing component inside Sadcian so that we can use. Easy. and then simply press on enter. So this will going to install all the component which is available to us. I think it's very easy to understand. All right, now let's just wait for a few seconds, maybe few minutes. Now this will not take few minutes, but let me just wait for it, then I'll be right back. Amazing. So now we have successfully installed all the components that we have. For now, just ignore this error. You can simply CLS it. Amazing. Now, let me simply hit npm run dev and close terminal for now. And let me show you something interesting. Right now, if I just simply come here and reload my application, okay, this is working fine. We will able to see the homepage of the Next.js default template. All right, let's say, let me simply go to my app, my page.tsx, and then let me just try to remove bunch of things, and then let me try to show you that. Cool. So for now, let me remove this and let me only use the button component from the Sadcian UI. So I can simply just write this. Let me just import button from @/components/UI buttons. All right. And then I can simply say hello world. Interestingly, one more thing, I can simply add the variant, and they support a lot of variants like default, destructive, ghost, link, outline, secondary, a lot of things. So let me just go with destructive right now. And if I just simply show you that, yep, look at that. This is how the destructive button look. One more thing I can do. Let me just show you that. Simply create a div. All right. Inside this div, let me just try to cut it and then paste it. Perfect. And this is how my button should look like. So right now we are using Sadcian here, and I can simply say that we have successfully installed the Strapi CMS and set up the project. They contain a lot of files. You need not to even look to them for now. Then we have this front end, which using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and Sadcian UI. So amazing job. And now let's move ahead and try to understand that how we will going to build this project, what will be the flow of our development, and how you can take most out of it. All right. So now we have successfully installed Strapi. Perfect. Can I simply say that we have successfully installed Strapi and we got our backend up and running. And honestly, you can already see how powerful this is. We did not have to manually create any kind of API, just setting up everything from scratch, nothing. It just work out of the box. And that is the beauty of the Strapi, and that is the beauty of tools like Strapi. Now you can define your content and automatically gives your API to work with. We'll see that in upcoming chapters. But right now, our backend is ready. I can say that kind of our backend is ready. Now let's move to the front end. Front end is also done. We have successfully initialized Next.js and Sadcian UI to build the clean and scalable interfaces. Perfect. So I can say that we already have Next.js and Sadcian UI. Now, first thing that I wanted to mention here, that we are building an AI SaaS in the era of AI. So it does not make sense to write every single line of code manually. Very important point. We will not going to write every single of code manually. I'll be using AI tools for suggestions while building, and I want you to do the same. But just don't copy paste, I can say that, the full code blindly. Understand what's happening, tweak it, improve it, and that's how actually you grow as a developer. That is my main point. All right, so with that mindset, I just wanted to end this chapter, and this is the end of chapter number 1. See you in next chapter. All right, so now that our backend is ready, the next step is very obvious, which is authentication. And this is a chapter number 2 where we will actually going to implement authentication inside our application. Because in any real SaaS product, user need to log in, access their data, and everything should be secure. So now the good thing is we don't have to build authentication from scratch. Strapi already give us a complete authentication system using its user and permission plugin. Because if you just simply go to the, let me just show you that. Hopefully my Strapi is up and running. I think yes. Then let me just take you to the Strapi website, which is localhost 1337 admin. And if you just go to the content type builder, you will already see this collection type, which is pre-existing, name as user. And Strapi don't allow you to do much configuration onto the user, I can say that collection. Perfect. So I can once again say that Strapi already give us a complete authentication system using its user and permission plugin. Perfect. So Strapi handle user registration, login, password security, all the token based authentication. And I can say that under the hood for the authentication, they uses something known as JWT. Perfect. What is JWT? JSON Web Token. So once user login, perfect. Let's say this is your user, and once user login, so we get a token that can use for future request. All right. So every time when you log into the website, I can say that Strapi issue a JWT token, and this JWT token we will save that inside the cookies, and we can use that for the future request. All right, so I can simply say that the flow is pretty simple. Perfect. So the flow is, let me just quickly show you the flow. Let's say this is a user. Perfect. And then whenever user login to the platform, let's say user login to the platform, so the Strapi is simply going to verify that. Perfect. Strapi is going to verify that and returns a JWT token. Simple. They'll simply give you the JWT token. Okay, let me search for key. Hopefully I'm see anything specific to key. So this is your JWT token. And whenever we send request from the front end, we attach this token. Yes, we attach this token in the authorization header as bearer token. We'll see that. And then this is how we can simply going to implement authentication inside our application. But one very important thing to mention, which is your roles and permission. Very important point. Just listen to me carefully, then we'll start coding. Roles and permission. So another powerful thing here is roles and permission. So Strapi, every user belong to a role. We'll see that when we implement some other collections, then this specific concept start making much more sense. Perfect. So every user belongs to a role. Like we have two type of role. One is your public, and another one is, I can say that, authenticated. Authenticated. Oops, sorry for my spellings. Nice. And based on that specific role, we can control what they can access or not. All right. Nice. So I can say that now we will actually going to implement this inside our front end. So we will create login flow, we create sign up flow, and store all the authentication state. Perfect. So let's just move ahead and start simply implementing the Strapi helper function. And like these are bunch of steps that we will going to do. First, we will going to set up all the Strapi specific helpers, all the cookies helpers, then going to create login and register API routes. And then we will going to implement some utility functions. And then at the last, we will going to add the UI for it. All right. And let's just move ahead and start implementing it. So first thing first, simply go inside your application, open your front-end folder, and inside this front-end folder, open your lib folder and create a file with the name of strapi.ts. All right. And again, I'm going to use AI, but not that much. Cool. And inside this Strapi, first thing that I wanted you to do is to simply say const, hopefully you guys able to see the code. Nice. So I can simply say const default underscore strapi underscore URL, which is your, yes, this is your http //localhost :1337. All right, and after that, next thing that I wanted to do, first of all, let me snooze my eye, it's disturbing me, sorry. Then next thing that I wanted you to do, create one class which is your export class. I can simply say that as a Strapi error, and then this extends the existing error class, and the first thing except is the status, which is type of a number. All right, then we can simply have a constructor which accept a message which is type of string, and then a simple status which is type of number, and then we can simply call the super which accept the message, and then this dot name is equals to I can name it as Strapi error, and next we can have this dot status, yep, which is equals to uh, status. Cool. And yep, now this is your Strapi error. We'll use that in a while, don't worry. Next, I wanted you to simply create a basic, and I think we are good to go. Let's move ahead and create a very interesting function. The name of that function is your async function, Strapi function, and we can name it as Strapi fetch. This will going to accept a generic type of T. Perfect. And then I can simply say something like this. Now this will going to accept few things, like first thing they accept the path of your backend. We'll see that. Then we can have some init values, which is type of request init, which something like that. And initially this is empty object. And then we have JWT, which is optional for now and optional type of string. And first thing I can simply fetch headers. So const headers is equals to new headers. Then we can simply have the init dot headers. Very good. Next, what I can do, one very basic simple check. If we don't have any kind of headers, which kind of headers? Which is the content type header. And I can also check for if we don't have any init dot body, then simply say headers dot set as content type, which will type of application slash JSON. All right, nice. This will not colon comma. Perfect. And then next, if we have any kind of JWT, can I simply say if we have JWT, then also add this inside a header. So simply say header dot set, and we can add as authorization, which is let me simply put backticks here and then say bearer, and whatever the JWT token we will get. All right. And next very simple, I can simply say const response is equals to await fetch, and the default URL is this one. This is your default Strapi URL. All right, simply put backticks here, put the special template literals. This is your default Strapi URL, and also add the path which is coming from this function. We are simply creating a reusable function. All right, then what I can do, I can also pass some of the options that we have. So all the init values that we have, just simply spread that, then also pass all the headers that we have. And for the caching, right now simply put no store. Now what is the cache no store means? Next.js, by the way, they don't put that in Next.js 16, but by default they cache some data. All right, so when I explicitly say no store, that means I just don't want it to contain any kind of stale data. Stale means old data. Perfect. Then this will give us some response. So I can simply say response dot JSON. Okay, this can be error, so I will call just simple error and return null. Nice. And then what more I can do? If not of response dot okay, this is we are creating such a nice reusable function. So I can simply say if not of this is okay, simply throw a new Strapi error. Yes, error first message is going to be Strapi request failed. All right. And next return your response dot status. Very good. And then interestingly, at the end of it, you can simply return your data as generic type of T. Perfect. Now this is your generic Strapi fetch function. I know initially this is bit confusing to understand, but it's completely fine. We can simply keep it. Nice. Next, I wanted to implement the register with Strapi, login with Strapi, and fetch the currently logged in user. And interestingly, this is very easy to implement. Let me show you that. First, I wanted to create a function named as export function register with Strapi. Easy. Whenever you wanted to register some user inside this Strapi, first thing you need to give is the username, which is type of string. Easy. Then next your email. This will also the type of email. And then we have password. This is also string. Perfect. And this will simply going to, you know what, do simple return Strapi fetch. Yes. Simply call /API/auth. Yes. This is the endpoint that is available inside your Strapi backend. Yes. But you need not to write anything from scratch. All right. They have some API. API interestingly automatically contain your auth endpoint and you can use it. Auth, which is your local, and we wanted to register. Easy. And then simply method definitely is your post method. And next you need to simply pass the body. And body will simply say JSON.stringify. Simply pass the username, the email, and then simple password. Easy. This is how you can simply log in a user inside your Strapi CMS. This is the easiest part, you know. In same way, I can create login. All right. So for creating login, let me just simply say export function login, and I can say login with Strapi. They accept first thing is your identifier. Yes, it would be a bit weird name, but they accept in this way. We can't do anything. So first thing they have is your identifier. All right. So just give me a minute. Cool. So this is your identifier as a string. Then next we have password, which is also type of string. Then they will also return what? Return a Strapi fetch. And they make call to /API/auth/local/ nothing, just local. All right. And they will automatically understand, okay, this is talking about login. Then open an object. And first thing is your method, which is post method. And then inside the body, I can simply pass what? JSON.stringify and then pass your identifier, and then next is your password. Amazing job. One more thing we can create, which is your fetch currently logged in user. So I can simply say export function fetch current user, and then we have simple JWT. Yes, they accept JWT, and they will also return your Strapi fetch, which will call API/users/me. This is the inbuilt API endpoint. Next, they don't accept any kind of options, but third, they accept your JWT token. All right. And this is easy. Cool. Perfect. What more we can do, by the way? So for now, I think we are good to go. Now let's move ahead and try to implement some of the other thing as well. Cool. So now these are all the methods that we need, at least for now. Perfect. Perfect. Simply save this file, close this file. Now I just wanted you to implement a API layer on top of it. So how you can create it? Step number 1 is done. What we did in step number 1, we simply created Strapi, I can say that utils. All right. All the Strapi specific utils is done. Step number 1 is very easy. Isn't it? Yes. Next, we need to create Next.js API endpoint. Okay. So how you can create that? That is also very easy. Simply go inside your front end and then simply open your app. This app will have a folder with the name of API. And then this API will simply going to contain one auth folder. Yes. And then you can simply route.ts. But we wanted to create separate for login, separate for register, and separate for logout. Okay, first let's just create for register. In same way we can have for login as well. So let me also create for login. In same way we also have for log out. Amazing. First of all, let me simply create for register. So for creating register, open your register folder and add a not login, sorry. And inside the register folder, simply add route.ts. Then close everything. And first thing first, simply create a function, export async function post. And then they have request, which is type of request. Open it. That is it. Now you can simply put try and catch. Now for creating a post request, what we need some body. So how you will get that? Oh, very easy to implement, by the way. So you can simply say const body is equals to await request.json. Easy. Step number 1 is done. Next, you can simply call your backend endpoint. I mean your Strapi endpoint. That is const auth is equals to await register with Strapi. Yes, simply call this. And interestingly, what you will do, you simply do a basic manipulation of string. So simply call string and then say body dot username. But if we don't have any username, simply pass an empty string. In same way, we can also give a string as body dot email. But if we don't have any email, simply pass empty string. In same way, also pass a string body dot password. Yep. But if we don't have any password, then simply pass empty string. I think it's very, very, very easy to understand. And every time when I log in successfully, I wanted to set authentication cookies. So how you can do so that? It's very easy, by the way, for storing that. Let me show you how you can do so that. So for it, close everything, go to your front end, again your lib, create a file with the name of auth.ts. Easy. And simply create a function with the name of bunch of but simply import your cookies from next/headers. Easy. Then also import your redirect from next/navigation. And then import two very important utilities. First is your auth underscore cookie underscore name, which don't exist right now. And next is your fetch current user. Current user, this will come from simple @/lib/strapi. So one thing which don't exist right now is your auth cookie name. This is nothing. This is just the name of your cookie you wanted to give. So below the default Strapi URL, I simply wanted you to create another, I can say, variable and constant export const auth underscore cookie underscore name. And this is equals to Strapi underscore JWT. All right. And I hope this is easy to understand. Perfect. And after that, I can simply save this. Let me go to my auth.ts and we already have it. Save this file also. And simply create, first thing, what I wanted you to do is to simply say export, yes, export async function, and the name of the function we can simply say set auth cookie. Simple. And they're going to accept something known as JWT which is type of string, and then simply say const cookie store is equals to await cookies. And then I can simply say cookie store dot set cookie with the name of auth cookie name, pass the JWT token, and one very interesting thing, which is your auth cookie options. Now this options contain a few options. Let me just quickly grab them and paste that for you. These are just some basic cookies like HTTP only, max age. So max age, we can, you know what, we can simply save that inside a variable with the name of auth underscore cookie underscore max underscore age is equals to, let's say I wanted to, first thing, let me simply say 60 into 60 into 24 into 7. So for the next 7 days, I wanted to keep my cookies valid. After 7 days, simply invalidate that. All right. Nice. So this set cookie auth is done. In same way, I can create clear cookies auth, lot of things. But for now, simply go to a route.auth, and outside of it, simply say await set auth cookie, and then simply pass auth.jwt. Yes, they will going to return you something known as auth.jwt. Now this is crying, so we can simply come here, and what we can do actually is, let me show you that. Very easy. Where is our register with Strapi? Yes. So at this point, I can simply open it and I can say this as Strapi auth response. All right. And they will going to return us a very simple type, which is export type Strapi auth response, which will the type of JWT, which is string definitely. And next we can have a user, which is type of Strapi user. All right. And above this, I can simply create export type Strapi user is equals to, a user can contain ID, which is incremental of number. Then we have username, which is string, and then we also get email, which is also string. Amazing. Now look at that. They stop crying, and we have successfully implemented the register auth. Easy, nice. And then I can simply say return next response, yes, dot JSON, and they will return us the user from auth dot user. Easy. But by any chance, if we have any kind of error, then we simply going to return next response dot JSON, and that will going to be an error as whatever the error we will get. And next we can also return the status. Okay, and status of 500. Yep. So this is your backend for registration. Okay, in same way, I can create for the login. All right. So what I will do there, I can simply copy this endpoint from here to here. Easy. Go to my login. Simply write route.ts, paste this code. Okay. And instead of register, I simply wanted you to name it as login with Strapi, and only pass, first of all, don't pass this. Oops, let me just show you. Instead of this, simply say string. Yep. And inside this string, simply pass body dot identifier. Yep. Make sure that you don't make any kind of typos. Okay, so this is your body dot identifier, otherwise a simple empty string. Next you can also pass body dot password, but again, if we don't have anything, then simply give the simple empty string. Next we can simply say await set auth cookie, which is again auth.jwt, and return the same response. But again, we need to go towards the login with Strapi. And inside this login with Strapi, only one thing that you need to do again, simply, where is that? Okay, this one. Copy this, come here, paste it. Easy, nice. So now look at that, they stop crying. Perfect. In same way, I can also implement the logout route. Logout route is very easy to implement. We simply wanted to clear the cookie and user will log out. So route.ts, and then what I can do, I can simply say export async function post. Yes, we need a request, and then I can open it, simple try and catch, or maybe we can directly call clear auth cookie, which don't exist right now, and they're simply going to return next is not request, next response dot json, and as okay, true. Perfect. Now let's move ahead and try to create this clear auth cookie function that will inside, where is auth? Yep. Like we have a set auth cookie. So for clearing the cookie, I can simply say export async function. Yes, clear cookie. And this clear cookie will simply initialize a cookie store first of all. And then they simply going to delete that. All right. Simply cookie.delete, whatever the name of your cookie. And I think we need not to pass any extra information. Hopefully this will work without any issue. All right. Nice. Now let me clear everything. Let me just come here and import it. Perfect. So amazing job. Now we have successfully completed our step number 2 as well. Next step that I wanted you to do is to simply implement few more utilities related to authentication. So I can simply open the step number 3, and then I can say implement all the auth utils that we need in upcoming chapters. All right. So now let's move ahead and start implementing it. All right. So now let's move ahead and start implementing that. Again, simply go inside your auth.ts file. So till now we only have, I can say that set auth cookie and clear auth cookie. In same way, I just wanted you to simply add that will be going to be get auth token. All right. So for getting auth token, simply we can use this function. All right. Paste this function once again, and instead of clear, simply name it as get auth token. All right. And yep, we simply wanted to rename this from it. Cool. Perfect. In same way, next thing that I wanted to create is get currently logged in user data, and that is your export async function get current user. Yes, and this current user is simply going to be const token is equals to get auth token. All right, this is what we wanted to achieve, and by any chance if we don't have any kind of token, then simply return null. Okay, this is what I wanted to achieve. Otherwise, simply come here and add a try and catch. Inside the try, this will simply going to return me the await fetch current user and then the token. Okay, now from where this fetch current user will come? This fetch current user will look at that. We already have this fetch current user, the simple function that will call the /API/me endpoint of Strapi. And then what I can do, I can, by any chance, if we have any kind of error, we simply return null. All right. Now I wanted to create another function which is require auth. Now, what is this require auth? Require auth will simply going to have redirect to is equals to /login. All right. And then next I wanted to first of all fetch the currently logged in user. If we don't have any user, then I wanted to redirect user to the /login page. That's why I accepted here redirected to and return currently logged in user. Simply create the opposite of it, which is your export async function require unauth or no auth. And this will be your simple slash, I can say that homepage. Yes, that will be yes. So if we have user, then redirect user to the homepage and return nothing. So simply say return null. These are bunch of utilities that I wanted to create for it. All right. So if I just give you a quick revision, what we did till now. So let me close everything. First thing, we initialize the Strapi. We have simple error class, then a simple reusable Strapi fetch method. Then first is the registration. Then second, we have login with Strapi. And third, we have fetch current user. Then we have simply implemented all the route on top of it. First is a register route. Then second is your login route. Third is your logout route. Along with that, we also have some auth specific utilities like setting your auth cookie, getting your auth cookies, clearing your auth cookies. Then we have a get currently logged in user data. Then we have require auth, and then we have require no auth. All right. So these are bunch of utilities that we need. Amazing, amazing job. Now we can simply move ahead and start implementing the UI on top of it. And again, writing UI, I just simply wanted you to use AI for generating UI, or don't waste your time on simply writing the UI on top of it. So I think this is the high time. Let's move ahead and start building UI. Again, need not to write each and every line of code for building at least UI. Okay. So first thing that I wanted you to do, simply go inside your app and create a route group with the name of auth. Perfect. And inside this route group, create a file, a layout file, simply as layout.tsx. Easy. And then inside this, simply say RAFCE, and you can name it as auth layout. Perfect. Then this auth layout is first thing they're going to accept is the children, and this children will going to be the type of let me just simply write children react node. Easy. Perfect. Then what I wanted you to do first of all is simply import bunch of thing from SAD Shein UI. Okay, nice. And then let's just move ahead and start implementing the basic UI for it. So first thing first, simply create a main. Main is going to be have a class name of flex of minimum height of screen, and then flex of 1, items of center, easy, justify of center, bg muted /40, and then px of 4, py of 12. Perfect. And they will basically going to render a bunch of things. So let me just quickly grab the UI for it and then paste that here. Okay, then let me just quickly explain you what is going on here. So we simply have a basic auth layout. Okay, they contain bunch of class names, bunch of UI basically. So card, inside that card we have card header, which will simply saying us AI SAAS, SAAS, whatever it, and then a welcome back, and then basic description. And this will basically going to render the children here. Perfect. And then let me just simply show you the UI for now. But before that, I wanted you to add one route with the name of register, and then simply say page.tsx and RAFCE register page. Perfect. Along with that, I also wanted you to simply create login page that will your again page.tsx, and then once again RAFCE, and then login page. Amazing job. Now let me just quickly show you how this actually look. So let me go to the /register. Okay, and this is how my /register will look like. Okay, only thing that I need to implement is the registration form. Perfect. So registration form will be let me just simply go to my register page. And inside this register page, only thing that I wanted to show here and render here, I can say that as auth form. Perfect. and the mode is simply going to be register. Perfect. Close everything, open your front end once again, simply go inside your component, and outside of this UI folder simply create a component with the name of auth-form.tsx. Okay, and then this will be your RAFC, and I can simply name it as auth form. This auth form, yes, they will definitely accept the mode. Mode is type of login or register. Perfect. And on the basis of this mode, we will basically going to show the content. Okay. So first of all, let me just quickly grab the all UI files that we need. So let me simply come here and paste the entire UI. Then all the imports that we need to show here. Okay. So first thing, let me mark it as a use client. So this is your simple use client. Then let me import all of the things that we need to import, like input, field, button, alert, lot of things. So let me import all of them. Also, we need to import link, and we also need to import use router from next navigation. These are bunch of things that we need. We also need to import use state hook as well. So let me import use state hook as well. After that, let me off my AI because this is logic part, so I can't just use AI here. This is just UI, then I'll explain you what is going on here, but logic part is very important. First thing first, I simply wanted you to initialize router as use router. Perfect. All the code is available in the description. You can simply go and use the code so that you need not to write each and every UI by yourself. Then we can maintain a state variable for error and then set error, which is equals to use state, and this can be type of string and this can be type of null. Okay, and initially let me put it as null. Then we can have is pending and set is pending state. This is equals to use state, and by default value is false. And then we can simply have is register flag, which is when mode is equals to register, then I can say that I am in my registration mode. Okay, then I can simply come here and create a very interesting function, and the name of that function is simply a sync function on submit, and they will accept an event which will the type of form event. So I can simply get form event which got depreciated. So let me see that, which will be your HTML form element. Okay, maybe I'll fix it in a while, but for now, let's just go with it. Then simply say event dot prevent default. And then if we initially simply say set error as null, then say set is pending as true, because every time when I hit this on submit function, this is what I wanted to do. Then get all the form data. So simply say form data is equals to new form data event dot current target. So whatever you write inside your input form, you will get the access of it inside your form data variable. Easy. Then I can simply say const payload is equals to, if we are in register mode, then we get different payload, otherwise we get different payload. So first of all, let me initialize for registration. So first payload that we have is the username, which will be your form data dot get your email. Very good. Along with that, I also need not email actually, first one is your username, sorry. So this will be your username. Next we have email as form data dot get as email. Next we can have password as form data dot get what we wanted to get, password field. Easy. But if we are inside the login mode, if the registration mode is not enabled, then we only need two things. First is our identifier, which will again form data dot get, and this will identifier. Otherwise we need password, which is again form data dot get, not this, which will be your password. Perfect. So this is your payload which we will send to the backend definitely. And what I can do, I can simply say const response is equals to await fetch backticks slash API slash auth, and whatever the mode we are into it, be it registration mode, be it login mode, and on the basis of that we decide that. After it I can simply pass the method which is post definitely. Then I can pass the headers which will be your content type is your application slash JSON, and then we have body which will be your JSON, not JSON dot stringify, and then simply pass all the payload that we have. Perfect. Then easy. Then I can simply say const data is equals to await response dot JSON, but if we have any error we simply catch that and return null here. Cool. Perfect. And then if not of response dot okay, then simply do what? Simply do set error as something went wrong. Okay. And next simply say set is pending as false again, and then return from here. Don't move ahead. Otherwise simply say router dot push if login is successful to the slash dashboard page, which don't exist right now, but we'll create that in a while. And one more thing we can do is router dot refresh, but this is not a good practice to refreshing your page. So I'm not sure, but it's worked for me, so that is why I'm using it. All right. And then I think this auth form is ready. Now let me try to explain you this auth form UI as well. So this auth form is simple form which will accept on submit event, which is your this on submit function. Then we have simple field group which is coming from UI SAAS. So if we are in registration mode, then make sure to add this username field. Otherwise add null field. Okay. Then if we are in registration mode, email or username, but that will used as an identifier. Okay. Then same thing with input. If we are in registration mode, simply put ID as email, otherwise identifier. Okay. Nice. Then next we have for password. All right. And then if we have any kind of error, then show this alert. Then this is the button. If we are doing registration, then simply show sign in, otherwise show creating account. If we are in pending mode, definitely. Otherwise create account and sign in. Then these are bunch of messages that we wanted to show. And then let me import my auth form. Okay. And if I save it, this is how they actually look. So right now I am in registration page. So that is why I'm able to see this UI. But let's say if I go to my, let me copy the same page, or maybe I can simply get auth form and mode is going to be login. Okay. And then if I save this, and let's just say we already have an account, simply press on sign in. So right now I am inside my sign in page. So if mode is login, then we will able to show this email or username and then password. But if we wanted to do sign up or registration, then we wanted to show this UI. Again, you can simply read once again this UI and this will actually going to work. Okay, finger crossed, we'll see. Hopefully this will work. Let me give some username. Let me give some email. Let me put some password. All right. And then let me simply press on create account. Okay, @gmail.com. And then let me simply press on create account, and then let's just move ahead and we'll see that. All right, and we got something went wrong, which is 404. So they not be able to find /API/register. Yes, we have typo here. Let me fix it. Register. Hopefully this will work now. Yes, import everywhere, wherever we have it. Cool. Let me simply once again try to press on create and look at that. We will redirect it to the slash page. Perfect. And if I go to my local host 3000, this still works. But right now, what I wanted to achieve. If I am already logged in, then I don't want user to access my login page, my register page. And if I am not logged in, then don't allow user to access my home page. So that is why we have something very interesting. And the name that we have created two utility functions. I know that a bit too much going on in this chapter, but very easy. Simply close everything. Everything means everything. Go inside your app, inside your auth, and inside your layout. Make this layout simple as async. All right. And inside this, what you can do, you can simply come here and simply say await, require unauth, require no auth. So only unauthenticated user can access my login page. All right. Nice. And then I wanted you to do one more thing is to close your currently running application and then create a route with the name of protected. Okay. And inside this protected, put your page.tsx. Yes. Simply say yes. And inside this, also create another layout.tsx. Yep. And inside this layout.tsx for now, simply say RAFCE, and you can simply say this as home page layout or whatever you wanted to call it. Nice. And after that, maybe I'll rename this later. Maybe I don't need layout.tsx after that, but for now this will be your simple async. All right, and I can simply say await, and I can say const user is equals to await require auth, and simply call it. And for now, I can simply console my auth. So this will be your simple console.log user. Perfect. And then we need here the children. Children is going to be the type of children of React dot React node. Okay. Then I simply wanted to return my children at this layout. Okay. So that this will render all the other thing that we have. Cool. Not layout, sorry. This will be your children. Perfect. So let me save it right now and let me rerun my application and hopefully everything worked perfectly fine. Perfect. Nice. So if I just simply come and reload my application, look at that. I'm able to still access my page, but let's say let me go to my local host 3000, but look at that. Now let me try to log in. So let me try to log in, simply say sign in, and I am at my slash dashboard. And if I wanted to go still, okay, for some reason, okay, I'm getting 404, but I'm returning 307 error. Cool. All right, so I have opened my network tab. Let me retry to hit this. Okay, Sigma, this information, simply press on sign in. I'm able to redirect, but if I try to access my local host 3000, I'm not be able to see anything. Local host, but on login, if I just come here, is I'm getting any response? No account yet. All right. Initiator, timing, preview. Welcome back. Authenticate with Strapi. All right. And let me try to create one. So let me just put some information. And then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, simply press on create account. All right, so hopefully I'm able to create some accounts. How I can check that? Let me go to my content manager, and yes, we have two users. Look at that. This is the recent user that we have created. All right, and I think authentication is working. We just simply need to do some basic research here, that then it will definitely work. Because let me show you. If I try to access my page, then I'm redirected towards the All right, so is I'm able to see anything? Let me see. If I simply say console.log user, all right, and let me try to access my local host 3000 once again. Console, nothing is popping up here. No, I'm getting null here. All right, so let me go to my get current user endpoint, which will getting auth token. So is we have any kind of auth token? Let me go to my application, and then inside my cookies, we have JWT. Yes, look at that. These are the cookies that we have. Okay, then why I'm not be able to get anything? All right. If I go to my fetch current user, I'm passing JWT. Endpoint is slash API slash users slash me. So I hope there's something wrong with this endpoint. So let me just quickly check it. We have slash API slash users slash me. I think endpoint is correct. All right. So I think we should just change our implementation. Then this will work because authentication is working fine without any issue. So for now, I can say that let me end this chapter. Then I'll just make some changes. Then I'll show you in the next step. But for now, this is pretty much it. We have successfully implemented authentication inside our application. We did all the 4 steps without any issue. If you are loving this video, then make sure to mention the timestamp and tell us inside the comment section. With this, let me end it and see you next time. All right, beautiful peoples, welcome to chapter number 3. And now we have authentication working. Definitely, users can sign up, users can log in and access the app. So this is the right time. Let's move to the actual product experience to the dashboard. But before moving ahead, last time that we saw, we not be able to access the local host 3000 because there is one very naive mistake. Let me just quickly show you that inside the Strapi. So inside the Strapi fetch method, just make sure that you don't have any kind of I can say that typos inside your headers. All right, because of this I'm not be able to access, because let me show you that this is beader. No, this is not beader. This should be bearer, and then this is your JWT token, and then you can hit your slash API slash user slash me and get the currently logged in user data. So that is why you able to access local host 3000. But if I am already logged in, then I will not be able to access my slash login page. Amazing. So I think we wanted to basically build right now the dashboard UI. All right. So this is where all the magic will happen. We will build a clean dashboard UI, something like this. Let's say this is your sidebar, and then we simply going to have the main section for it. Okay, so as you know, we will going to have the chat access. All right, then we have code generation, then we have image generation, and then we have videos generation. This is what I basically wanted to add, and each page have their own unique style, and we give prompt, and on the basis of their feature we will going to get the output, be it chat, be it code, be it images and videos. And I'll keep UI simple, clean, and I can say that scalable, because in any software as a service application, clarity matters more than any flashy design. Okay, and again for design, I'm going to use AI, and not actually AI. I'm basically going to not write everything from scratch. Perfect. But UI alone is not the product. The real power come from the AI. So for this project, we will integrate an AI SDK with Gemini. Perfect. So I hope you guys know about Gemini is the Google generative AI model, and it allow us to build features like chat, content generation, and a lot of things. And they provide AI SDK. Now, what is this AI SDK? AI SDK is to build your AI application. I can simply show you that. So AI SDK is a company owned by Vercel. So universal AI layer for building frameworks and agents. We'll see that. But right now, I think let's move ahead, close everything. Perfect. Simply go inside your front end folder, and inside this front end folder, open your protected route and this layout.tsx. Yes. And remove all the console logs that I have added here. Perfect. Inside this layout, only one thing that I wanted to return is something known as dashboard shell. And this dashboard shell only accept a user email which is equals to user dot email. Perfect. And then we simply going to add here children. Yes. Okay. Easy. Nice. Now let's move ahead and start creating this dashboard component. So simply go inside your component folders, create a folder with the name of dashboard. And this dashboard is simply going to have a component as dashboard shell. And then that is your .tsx. Perfect. First thing first, let me just simply mark it as a use client component. And then I can import few things like type of React node. Then I can also import, let me just quickly import all of them. I need here link component and use path name component. I need here cn from libutils. Then I also need mode toggle button. Now what is this mode toggle button? This is for integrating light mode and dark mode feature inside your application. So I think we'll implement that in a while. But for now, let me also import my button component. Cool. Now I just basically wanted you to, all right. And then after that, I simply wanted to create a variable which contain all the navigation information. Okay, let me just quickly show you that. I simply wanted to create a nav array. This nav array contain an object which is href, let's say /chat. Okay. Second thing, we can have the label for it, which is again chat. Third, we can have icon, and icon is simply going to be as, and for chat icon, I can simply import. Let me just search for chat icon from huge icons, core free icons. Okay. This will be the package that we have. All right. And then another one is going to be href as /code. Perfect. And then we can have label as again code, and then icon as, let me search for any code icon. Yep, we already have code icon. Such a nice icon library, by the way. This basically when you install SAAS, then this icon library will come. Then let me also get /image, and then in same way we can have for image, not chat icon actually, we can have image icon. Cool. In same way, let me simply say href/video and then label video, and then we can have simple video icon. Amazing. After that, let me just simply create some type which is equals to dashboard shell props. This is simply equal to, first thing we have user email as a string, and then we simply going to have children as React node. All right, this will be the type of our component. Then this simply export function dashboard shell. All right, and then we simply have user email and then children. All right, and then yeah, this is pretty much it. Now let me simply come here and let me import my dashboard shell component, save this, and then simply say const path name is equals to use path name. All right, and then let me also return a div. This div is simply going to have a class name as flex, minimum height of screen, flex of column, bg of background, and then medium on going to be flex of row. Okay, let me simply paste the UI for it first of all. All right, then let me see what more we can do actually. Okay, so this will be the UI for it. All right, And let me just quickly fix all of them. No, this is not the UI. Sparkle, hopefully I'll get something specific to that. This is the sparkle icon that I wanted to use. All right, okay. They are saying can't be used as a JSX. Okay, let me quickly see that and then I'll be right back. All right, so for some reason we have to do a lot of configuration for using this huge icons free library. Maybe let me simply say we have React as well, but then they don't support all of them, so it's okay. Let me change them and then I'll be right back. All right, I think instead of using huge icons, what I'll do, let me show you. Let me simply import the best icon library according to me, that is Lucid React. All right, so let me just quickly import the Lucid React component, icon library, and this always works. This is the best icon library till now, according to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I like. And then let me remove every extra thing from here, and then let me import every each of them one by one from Lucid React. All right, and then let me simply name it as message circle, and you can name it whatever you want. Let's say instead of that, instead of chat icon, let me use here the message circle one. All right, so this will be your message circle. Then we have the code icon from Lucid React. Yes, then we can have the image icon, then we can also have the video icon. Amazing job. Now this will work without any issue. Okay, I think I'll also get sparkle icon from Lucid React. Then we don't have any mode toggle button now, and then we also need user icon. Then right now we also don't have any logout action, so let me just simply initialize this. Then we also need something known as logout icon from Lucid React. All right, amazing. So this is what I wanted to get. And once again, if I simply hit npm run dev, and if I simply visit localhost 3000, nice, look at that. How beautiful they already looks. We have chat, we have icon, code, we have image, and we also have video as well. Nice. Okay, now let's move ahead and try to first of all implement this logout button. So for implementing that, what I'll do is so simple, by the way. Where is that? Okay, this is the action that we need to complete. All right. So for completing this action, along with that, one more thing that I wanted you to do, outside of this aside, also use a main that will be your class name as minimum height of 0, flex of 1, and padding of 6, and on medium devices padding of 8, and simply render a children. Amazing. So okay, this is what I talking about, this logout action. So logout action is again a very simple action that we need to initialize. Where we can initialize that, I think inside the auth, if I am not wrong, let's say below this, or maybe we can create a server action for it and then we can use it. Okay, right now this is not a server actions. Let me close everything. What I can do actually, create a folder with the name of actions. All right, and then let me simply write here auth.ts. Simply mark it as use server, and then import first thing your redirect from next navigation. Then also import this clear auth cookie. Yes, this is the function I'm talking about. And then simply say export async function logout action exactly. Simply say await clear cookie and redirect to the login. This is the simple logout action that we wanted to use. And then let me simply say this as a logout action. Perfect. Yes. Uh, Inside the form, you can directly pass server actions like this. This work out of the box. You need not to make it as a server component. I hope you guys know about this feature into Next.js. Okay, this is more of Next.js specific thing, so it's okay if you not be able to understand few of them. Okay, right now I think let's move ahead and start implementing the light and dark mode feature. So for implementing that, what I'll do, let me just simply go to my ui.saadshien.com, and then let me simply search for dark mode. Is that, let me once again search dark mode for Next.js. Yes, make sure to install Next themes. So let me close everything and let me install Next themes here. Nice. Second step is to create a theme provider component. So it's okay. Let me copy this component. This theme provider component will help you to wrap your entire application inside the Next themes. Okay. And so that with the help of that, you can basically manage the state of light mode and dark mode inside your application. So for creating that, simply go inside your components, create a folder with the name of providers. Inside that, simply name it as theme provider.tsx, and this is your theme provider. All right, nice. After that, this is what I need to do. I need to first of all import the theme provider from @components/theme provider. So where is the layout? So let me go to my layout. Yep. Below this, let me import it and let me go inside the providers, then /theme provider. Wrap your entire children into this. So simply copy this line of code, and then below this simply paste this code, cut it out, and then yep, this is pretty amazing. One more thing, one last thing here, simply add suppress hydration warning. Nice. And then simply put a format. And one more thing, simply close everything and create a mode toggle button. But instead of using this toggle button, I have my own. So you can simply go to my VS Code, my GitHub repo below the comment, basically description, and then you will find that at right now. What I can do, I can simply go to my UI folder, create a component with the name of mode toggle, and let me paste that right now. But definitely instead of this, I wanted to use sun icon, and this is my moon icon. Amazing. So this will basically, if we are in dark mode, show the sun icon, otherwise show the moon icon, and same we are toggling it out. Amazing. Then let me go to my dashboard shell component and simply import this mode toggle button. Perfect. Right now, if I save it and go to my localhost 3000, definitely I need to run this. So this is going to be npm run dev. All right. Perfect. And then let me simply hit and look at that. It's already look pretty amazing. Light mode and dark mode. And this is how they looks on light and dark mode. Along with that, one more thing that I wanted to do is to remove this page.tsx out of it. Yes. And then add with me some routes, like first is going to be your chat route. In same way, we simply going to have, let me just quickly show you that, code route. All right, so this is going to be my code route. In same way, I'm also going to have image route. Cool. And along with that, video route, definitely. So this is my video route. One more thing, which is my dashboard route. Perfect. Then let me simply create one page.tsx RAFCE and simply copy this, paste it, paste here as well, and paste here as well. Amazing. Save every file that we have created and close all, and let me show you the magic. Now let's go towards the dashboard. This is your dashboard layout, and this is your chat. Hopefully this will work. Yes, let me go to my code. Hopefully code will also work. Yes, this is also working fine. Let me go to my image. Nice. Let me go to my video, and every route section is also changing. So amazing. Now we have successfully created the dashboard layout for now. Alright guys, so till now we have successfully implemented the dashboard UI. So right now I wanted you to implement AI SDK and Gemini integration. But for integrating Gemini, we have two approaches. One is you can simply go to your AI studio of Google. Let me show you that, aistudio.google.com. And at this point, you can simply go to your get APIs and you can create your new API and use it. But this API have some limitations. You can't create images and videos. If you wanted to, then what you need to do is to simply go to the Google Cloud Console. Yes, where you need to go, simply go to the Google Cloud Console and then simply log into this. Simply select any project. Let's say right now I don't have any project. Let me simply create a new project. Let me name it as AI SAAS. All right, and then we have okay, let me go with this organization and simply press on create. Now after let me just wait for the creation. Okay, this is completed now. Now we wanted to use this $300 of free credits. How you can use that? You can simply press on try for free and then set up your basic information they're going to ask. Just give them all the informations they need, and then you can basically use that 300 free credits, and that is pretty much it for at least implementing this project. So let me try to quickly set up that and then I'll be right back. Alright guys, so now you guys can see that I have $300 of around free credits. So what I can do, I can simply press on create Gemini API key. Okay, they ask you some information. I hope you guys will okay to give that. Okay. And then let me just quickly try to create my API key out of it. Alright, so what they are saying, enable APIs. Yes, I need to enable my APIs. So let me simply press on enable API. And after enabling my API, I can create here one API and use that inside my project. You will love it, definitely. So just give me a few seconds. Hopefully this will enable in a while. Alright guys, so for some reason I'm just not be able to create that from here. They basically using this their own ADC secured way, but it's okay. You can simply visit to the aistudio.google.com and then simply select your whatever the project name you have, and let me try to create a new API key. Perfect. And all right, look at that. This is my API key and I can use this. So let me copy this API key for now. And after that, what I can do, I can simply close everything, go to my where is env. Okay, let me create a file with the name of .env, and for now let me just paste it. All right, fine. Then I wanted you to simply close everything and visit a AI SDK website. Inside this AI SDK website, simply copy this command, come here, close your currently running application and paste this command, which is your npm install AI SDK. All right. And then simply search for Google and you will find this generative AI, and simply press here, go a bit up. Let me quickly show you that. All right, and simply select npm and try to install this package as well. So this is the package that allow you to work with Google providers. And then simply install npm install @AI SDK/Google. Perfect. Then create an environment variable with the name of this API. So simply copy this API name and let me just quickly paste it. So that will be equal to this. All right. Let me just quickly fix it. Cool. And then let me quickly save it. Nice. And this is the value of Google underscore generative underscore AI underscore API key. Amazing, amazing job. Now what I wanted you to do is to simply, for now, I think we are good to go. In next chapter, hopefully, we will going to implement bunch of other features as well. All right. So right now, what we can do is nothing. We need not to do anything, at least for now. Perfect. So yes, I can say that that is pretty much it for this chapter. In next chapter, we will going to implement the chat feature and hopefully just see that. With this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, beautiful peoples. So now we have our dashboard ready. And this is where things start getting really interesting. Because now we are building the core feature of our AI SaaS, and that is the chat module. So what we are building actually, so again, this is not just the simple input output chatbot. We are actually building the real time streaming AI chat system, just like ChatGPT. Got it. So for this, we'll definitely going to use, first thing is something known as AI elements. This AI elements will, for UI, will again come from AI SDK. I'll show you that. Then we'll going to use the Vercel's AI SDK. And third, we will going to use Google Gemini models. Perfect. Why I am using AI SDK here? Because now instead of directly calling the Gemini APIs, like they provide you their own APIs endpoint as well. Got it. We are going to use the AI SDK. So we don't have to deal with different AI formats, some of the streaming logic, and there is a lot of boilerplate code. So the AI SDK, I can say that gives a unified way to work with multiple AI models. Got it. So the core concept of it, like at the core of this entire chat system, there's something called as streaming. Got it. So instead of waiting for full response, we will stream the response. Got it. Let's say this is your AI and this is your UI. So instead of waiting for full response, we just going to stream the response in chunks and going to render that onto the UI. This makes the UI feel much faster and I can say that more interactive. So the flow is simply going to be, let's say there is some user for you. All right. Okay. I'm not getting any user icon. Let's say this is a jumping user. Got it. And then this user types anything into the chat box. And then the front end send request to the API route. To the API routes, let's say slash AI chats or anything like that. Then this chat will talk to the Google Gemini using AI SDK. And then this Google Gemini will give us the response. All right. This Google Gemini will give us the response. And that response will basically going to stream back. And then we can update our UI on the basis of that. All right. So on the backend, we will going to use, there is something known as stream text utility, which will come from AI SDK. This functions actually stream the response from the model in real time. And we can definitely connect it with some Google using Google provider and AI SDK. Let us call Gemini with a simple and unified API. Got it. So I think let's move ahead and start implementing that. Then you will understand in much better way. Okay, so for doing so that, what I wanted you to do is to simply go to your front end, your app, and inside your API, create another API with the name of chat. This chat is simply going to contain a route.ts file. And inside this route.ts, I wanted you to import few things with me. So first we have Google, then we have convert to model messages, then we have stream text and type of UI message from the AI that we have installed. But before moving ahead, one thing that I wanted you to show, that is our conversation. Yes, what I'm saying, our conversation model. So definitely the flow is, let me just try to explain you what will be the flow once again. Let's say this is your user. All right, user simply hit our backend, that slash API slash chat endpoint. This slash API slash chat endpoint will talk to the Google Gemini using AI SDK. All right. Then we get some response. Yes or no? Yes, we get some response. So now we have user message and then we have assistant message. Both of the messages, I wanted to save that inside my Strapi CMS. All right, I wanted to save that. I wanted to persist that. So how you can do that? For it, we need, definitely, we need to create, I can say that, the Strapi's system. All right, so how you will do that? Simple. You can simply go to your Strapi dashboard, simply go inside your content type builder. Yes, and inside this content type builder, I wanted you to simply add a Strapi specific conversation. So how our backend going to look, let me quickly tell you. All right, so for creating that, what we will going to do, simply go inside the content builder, and now let me show you the power of Strapi. After that, simply press on collection type. Definitely we wanted to create a new collection. Create, simply name it as conversation. All right, then we have API ID for singular, API ID for plural, and then simply press on continue. After this, now we have one conversation, then simply press add new field. And for now, select, I can say that, title, text basically. And the first field that we have is the title. That will be the short text, and simply press on finish. In same way, another field that I need is the relation one, because I wanted to create a relation with the user. Because simply press on relation, then the conversation have relation with user permission. Yes, don't go with admin, go with user permissions. All right, and we will going to have users has many conversations. Simply select this one. All right, I hope you guys know about relationships, one to many, many to many. So this is your basically one to many. One user can have multiple conversations. All right, and we can say that multiple conversations belong to one user. Same thing. Simply press on finish. Okay, then yes, this is pretty much it for this one, and then simply press on the save button. So first thing that we have is the conversation. Perfect. Nice. Now let me just try to explain you something. Let's say this is your conversation schema inside your database, but a conversation have this two information. One is title and another one is this conversation is belong to the currently logged in user. Okay, this is what I'm talking. This conversation is belong to the currently logged in user, but conversation have another relation with something known as messages. Yes, they have another relation with something known as messages. This messages will contain the content, like what are the messages, the role of the messages, which means this message is sent by user or this message is sent by assistant. If my spelling is wrong, then excuse me for that. Assistant, and yes, that is it. This is what we basically wanted to have. So that is why we already have user. We now also have conversation, but this is the another model that we wanted to create. So simply press on add another collection. collection name is going to be the message. Yes. Simply press on continue. Add a new field. This should be, the field name is content, but make sure to select the long text because messages can have very long text. And then simply press on finish. Another, we wanted to have a enum value. So search for where is enum? Yep, look at this in enumeration, and I can simply name it as role. And two enums that I wanted to have, first is user and second is going to be assistant. I hope spelling is correct. Yes. Then simply press on fit, and you can also go to advanced settings and choose the default value as user. All right. And yes, user role is the required field, so you can also press on required field. Simply finish, so we have role as well. Then this message have relation with, yep. So what I can do simply, instead of this, let me simply say okay. Simply press on save. And then let me just quickly show you that. Messages have a relation with conversation. Okay, so let me also add a relation here itself. Simply go to the relation and then this conversation have message. No, message have relation with conversation with the field name of it, and conversation has many messages. Yes, this will be the relation that we need to add. And simply press on finish. And then the moment you simply press on save, let me show you the magic now. All right, let's just wait for a few seconds. Amazing. And then if I simply go to my conversation, look at that. We already have one to many, and then this is the messages many to one. Amazing, amazing job. Now we have our messages. I can say that models are ready. Perfect. What next? Next is close everything. Simply go inside your VS Code and then start implementing this once again. Perfect. So we simply go inside the route.ts once again and just do few things with me. First of all, import your get auth token, and another thing is your get current user. Okay, I also wanted you to create 3 new methods. Yes, so for that, let me simply go to my strapi.ts, and below this simply add a big comment. So let me just try to add that for you, and that comment will be your conversation. Okay, so below this we will going to have all the conversation specific APIs. Okay, so let me just quickly fix it. Nice. And below this, what you will do, you will simply start creating them one by one. So first thing that I wanted to do is to simply create a very interesting, let me show you the methods by the way, to create 2 more utility function. First of all, simply say type 1, then simply put t here, and this will going to be contain data, and data have type of t. But when it's come to many, so I can simply create type of many that contain t, but many have type of array. All right, so yes, this is what we need to do. Now create 2 methods. First is going to be your async function. I can say that strapi create, that have type of t. This is just a reusable and best approach and best way of, this is the industry standard that we are using here. All right, I just wanted to scale our code from the day one, and for now let me off my AI, then I'll show you. Cool. Inside this, we first thing going to accept the JWT, which is your string type, because only authenticated user can use this Strapi create Strapi function. Then we have path. Next we have fields, fields. Fields is just a generic type of records First should be string and another one we don't know, so that should be unknown. And then what I wanted to do, I simply wanted to say as const response is equals to await. We already have a Strapi fetch method, so use that. Relation should be 1 here. All right, so this should be 1 of type T, whatever type is coming. All right, I hope this is fine. Nice. And then this Strapi is going to accept first thing the path, like at which path we wanted to make database call. Then we have method for it that should be post. Next we have body and that should be json.stringify as data, value as fields. Perfect. So this is your Strapi create method that accept post method. That is the simple thing. And also pass, yep, the JWT key for it. So that is how we will identify the user. And then simply return response.data. Perfect. In same way, I also wanted to create Strapi, I can say that list that only have method as few things, but let me show you how you can create it. Simply say export async function Strapi list that have type of T. And this type T is going to accept three things. First is your JWT, second is your path, and third is a page size, just for paginations if you wanted to add. And then first thing, this will return us, yep, like whenever you list something. So when we going to have lot of data, arrays of data. So this will return us a promise, which is type of T of many. Perfect. And I hope this is right now. Cool. Then simply get a const q is equals to new URL search params. And then Strapi accept pagination something like this in this format. All right, you can simply copy and paste, need not to worry about the syntax. This is more of Strapi specific. All right, and then simply const response await Strapi fetch, and then we have many relation of T. Then a simple backticks, open a path for it, and if we have any query, then simply attach queries as well. We don't have any options, but third thing, we do have JWT. And then simply return your response.data. Perfect. So now we have two methods done. Cool. Create one more type, which is your export type chat role. This is equals to first is user and second we have assistant. Perfect. Then I wanted you to add two different types here. So let me just quickly show you that. First we have Strapi message type, then we have Strapi conversation type. Okay. After that, first method that I wanted you to create, and we need to create three methods here, by the way. Let me show you the first one. That is your export function create conversation. Okay, this will be your first method. Okay, in same way we need to create another one, that is your export async function, that is your get conversation. And third method that we have is export function create message. All right, nice. So these are the three methods that we wanted to create. Perfect. So first let me create my create conversation method. So for doing so, that this create conversation will first thing going to accept is the JWT of type string, and then next they're going to have parameters of title of string. Okay, and then what I'll do, I'll simply say return Strapi create method. Yep, first thing they accept is JWT key, whatever we are passing. Then API endpoint should be /API/conversation. So this API endpoint is used by Strapi internally. Okay, so every time when you create any conversation, any new collections, So Strapi will automatically create this endpoint for you. Okay, that is the beautiful, and that is the beauty of Strapi. And only thing that we need to pass is the title as params.title. Perfect. Yep, done. For more type safety, I can simply put here the promise. That should be the type of Strapi conversation. That is it. Cool. In same way, we can create get conversation. So gets conversation will first thing going to accept is the JWT as a string. Next, they're going to have document ID. This document ID is something that is returned by Strapi just to identify collections have document. So that is how you identify that. And you can simply add here try and catch. Then inside the try, I can simply say const response is equals to await Strapi fetch. Yep. And then relation, then they give us a one as Strapi conversation. Then simply open this. First thing they accept as slash API slash conversation, and then slash, let me quickly show you that as encode URI component, and simply pass the document ID. But I'll show you that. But for now, simply put another exclamation, a simple empty object for any options, and third option is your JWT key. And then simply return your response.data. And otherwise, if we have any error, then simply throw new error. Okay, cool. Last thing, we have create message. So again, create message is also very easy. So let me just quickly copy and paste that. So this is how my create message will look. Create message, first thing accept is a string, and inside the params, they accept content, then role, and then conversation document ID just to identify conversation. Then simply use the Strapi create method that accept JW2 key and API endpoint. And this is your content. All right. Okay, then how you can use this, by the way. So for using all of them, one thing that you need to do is very, very, very important is simply go to the settings. Yes. And inside the settings, search for users and permission plugin. Then simply press on roles and simply go to the authenticated one. Open this, and for select permission for conversation, simply select all. Only authenticated user can create conversation, delete conversation, find one and update that. Same thing for messages. Okay. And then save it. Otherwise, this will not allow you to do anything and access anything. Cool. Nice. And for the public user, you need not to select anything. Keep it as it is. Okay. Fine. So I think now we are good to go. So we have conversation, we have message as well, and now we have all the methods ready for now at least. So okay, now we can write our backend API endpoint. So again, go to Strapi and route, and then import these three methods: create conversation, create message, get conversation, and Strapi error. Then simply first thing, let me simply say model ID is equals to, this will be your model name, that is your Gemini 2.5 hyphen flash. Okay, this is the API that we can use for free. And then I can say title underscore max underscore length is equals to 60. So a max length for a title that will generated is going to be around 60. Okay. I think this is fine. Now, next thing that we need is the system prompt. So you can simply say const system underscore prompts is equals to, simply have one chat prompt. And because in future we will going to use the same API for code generation as well. So simply make a key as chat, and then simply write prompt as you are a helpful concise AI assistant, reply in plain markdown. Okay, simple prompt. Again, I am not the professional prompt engineer, so you can generate a in-depth, much better prompt just to chat with AI. All right. And simply put as constant here. Cool. Then, then I can simply say type chat mode is equals to key of type of system prompt, because the same API endpoint we will going to use for code as well. All right, that's why. Then we can simply say type of chat request body. Like a request body will contain this information. Messages, that will be the type of UI message that will come from AI. Then we have conversation ID, and then chat mode, be it chat and be it code. All right. Then what I'll do, I'll first of all create a very utility function. Simply use that utility, that is your get message text. So we will basically getting the messages from the text. Now why we are doing so this? Like if you see this UI message, this UI message have something this kind of structure. A message contain ID, a message contain role, message contains some metadata as well, and then we have parts. This parts is type of data part. Okay, now what is this data part? Data parts is something that have type of messages you wanted to have, like text messages, AI messages, tool calling, all of that. So we only listening for message type of text. So we are only extracting the text messages. So I know it's a bit confusing to understand. Again, this is AI generated, so you can simply grab it. All right. And then I simply wanted you to say export async function a post endpoint. Easy. That will be the request, and type should be request as well. First thing, we get the JWT as await get auth token. Okay. Next thing, I can simply say const user is equals to await get current user. Okay, nice. And but by any chance, if we don't have any user and if we don't have any JWT key, then we simply return this response, unauthorized and status of 401. Then I will initialize, then I will initialize a simple variable with the name of body. That will be the type of chat request body. Then I can simply open try and catch. Inside the try, let me simply say body is equals to await request.json. Okay. And what is happening? Okay, let me quickly fix it for you guys. Simply wrap that inside this and then simply say as chat request body. All right, why I'm getting this has no effect? Why? I'm basically initializing that, then they should have effect. Okay, we will fix it, don't worry. But by any chance, if we have any error, then simply say response.json as error. That should be invalid JSON body. And then the status code should be of status 400. All right, nice. After that, let me just quickly get the chat mode or any mode that we have. So I can simply say const mode, that should be type of chat mode, is equals to body will contain mode. If that is equals to code, all right, or body dot mode, if that is equals to chat, then simply return whatever the body mode that we have. Otherwise, return the chat one by default. Okay, this is a simple logic. So comparison. Okay, now this code don't exist. So what I'll do, let me come here. Let me add for code as well. And let me simply add for code prompt as well. So code prompt will look like a bit different and bit big. So you are an expert software engineer and a peer programmer. Help with code. debugging, architecture, and tooling. Prefer correct modern practices. Name things clearly. Use fenced code block with language tag for all code. Keep explanation concise. Expand with the user ask for depth. Reply in plain markdown. So now this is stop crying and we have nice structure. All right. Then what I'll do, I can simply first of all get the messages as body dot messages. All right. And but if the messages dot length, let's say, is 0, then I can simply return a response saying message is required. We need a message. Then what I'll do, I'll get the last message of the user as messages dot length -1. So this, now you will get the last message of user. And if last message dot role is not equal to user message, then simply return last message must be from user. Okay, nice. Then I can simply say, then I will extract the user text. So that will be const user text is equals to get message text and simply say last message. All right. Then let me also get conversation document ID is equals to body dot conversation ID. And then simply open try and catch and say, if we have any kind of conversation document ID, then and only simply say const existing is equals to await get conversation. Yep, pass the JWT key. Second is your conversation document ID. Now we will get the conversation. But by any chance, if we don't have any existing conversation, then I can simply return conversation not found. Otherwise, let's go inside the else and say const created is equals to await create conversation. Yep, pass the JW2 key. And second, we need to give the title that should be whatever the, what I can say. I can give any random title to it, but for now untitled. All right. Okay, that is fine. You can definitely change it. You can give use some random slugs and then give that. Then next thing they accept is conversation document ID as created dot document ID. All right. Unused label. Why? Okay, need not to put. Okay, this is fine. Then why I'm not be able to do so that? Okay, this should be equal to. Nice. And then what I'll do, I come out of this else statement and simply say await create message for me. Again pass JW2 and then open first thing, pass the content, whatever the user text is. Next pass the role as user only, and next we have conversation document ID. Perfect. But by any chance, if we have any error, then simply return response dot I can say JSON as error of messages. Perfect. And then I can simply return the status. Nice. Status should be I can say of 500. So status of 500. So what we are doing right now, like a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on here. So basically we are building a chat endpoint that now in future we will going to implement the code part as well. But for now only focus on chat one. So we only have this chat which have this prompt, bunch of types we are getting, extracting the user message, then getting some basic user information and saving first of all that inside my content management system. Okay, that CMS. After that, after everything will stored inside my database, then we will going to have the use AI result. So I can say const result is equals to use a stream text. Okay, this is the very crazy function. That first thing they accept is the model as Google, and whatever the model ID we have, that is Google Gemini. Then we have the system, that is your system prompt, not this one, system prompt. Okay, how I will extract my system prompt actually? So where is my mode? Okay, below this mode, what I'll do, I'll simply say const system prompt is equals to system prompt, whatever the chat, whatever the mode that we are into it. So that is the system prompt for us. So we have now system prompt. And then next, what I'll do, I'll simply going to say messages is equals to await, convert to model messages, and pass all the messages that we have. All right, nice. Cool. What next? Next, outside of it, what I can do, I can simply say result dot consume stream, and then simply when the stream is finished, save the AI response to the database as well. So simply say final conversation document ID is equals to conversation document ID. Then simply return result dot to UI message stream response. So this is another property that we have, method that we have, that accept first of all the original messages that we have as messages, and then headers should be this one information that we wanted to send is the conversation ID, so that we can use that. All right. After that, what I can do, I can simply come out of it, and then I can say message metadata. Yes, I wanted to send some metadata. Extract the parts from it. Then open an object and simply say parts, not parts actually. This should be part. Part dot type, if that is equals to start, because a message come in multiple parts. Look at that. These are all the parts of messages, but we need only start one. And then simply say const assistant text is equals to get message text as response message. Now what is this response message and from where this will come? I'll show you that, but for now simply say return conversation ID as final conversation document. Perfect. And then outside of this, I can have an on finish section that have async, and then we have simple response message. All right, and then open this and simply pass, copy and paste the code that I'm giving you, because not because I don't want it to write, because I just don't wanted you to make any kind of mistake here. All right, and then simply paste the code. So you will see right now that we have first the assistant text that we have extracted, then we basically called create message, pass the JW2 key, pass the content, role is right now is assistant, and then the conversation document ID, just to identify that specific conversation. So now your backend endpoint is ready. Yep. Only thing which is left is to implement UI for it. But I just wanted to once again explain what are all the things going on inside this route.ts, so that we have a nice context about this code. All right. So let me try to explain you everything onto the whiteboard. So just give me a minute. All right. So this is the entire flow of the high level architecture, like how things actually working. All right. So first of all, let's just try to break down this. What the endpoint actually do? So they first of all handles all the user chat messages. Okay, that user, just try to listen me carefully, that user chat messages save the conversation and messages into the Strapi. Okay, then we use this Google Gemini. The model name is Gemini 2.5 hyphen flash with the help of AI SDK. Okay. Then we streams the AI response back to the front end. When we implement front end, this will start making much more sense. So don't worry about it. Then requires the user to be logged in. Yes, we understand it. Then supports two modes. First is chat mode. Second one is the code mode. So for now, we only focusing on this chat mode. All right. So make sure to keep that into mind. All right. So nice. First thing that we are only focusing on the chat mode. Then code mode we'll implement later. Now this is the overall flow of the application. First of all, we will have a front end. We make a database call to /API/chat. All right. And we will send the messages, the conversation ID and the mode that we wanted to have. All right. This is the basic thing. Then we call /app/API/chat route.ts. That will use the stream text and implement all of this logic to the Gemini model, and then Gemini model will basically create and fetch the conversation and also save the messages to my Strapi CMS. Okay. So these are some system prompts that we have. These are some key concepts that we are doing. End to end, once again flow. Let me just explain you this. User send message, request hit to the API route. Then first of all, we will check is user is authenticated or not. After that, we'll validate the last message. Now what is this? We must, last message must be from user so that we can extract the text from the message, and then only we can save that. Okay, so get or create conversation. If we already have conversation, we will fetch from the Strapi. Otherwise, we will create new conversation with the title from the first user message. Then we will save the message as well. And then we stream the Gemini response to the front end. And when everything finish, we will save the assistant message as well. Very important point. When the entire stream, when the entire response is finished, then we will also save the assistant message to the database. Okay. First we save user message, then everything finished. When we have full response, then we save to the assistant message as well. Okay. That is the only thing is happening inside this entire backend API. Okay, you can read it once again, try to understand it bit more, then hopefully this will start making much more sense. Now let's move ahead and start implementing front end for it. All right, so for implementing front end, first thing first, I simply wanted you to visit to the AI SDK elements. Yes, so this is the package that I wanted you to go. This one, yep. AI elements, and after that simply copy this command, which is your npx AI-elements. Open your terminal, close your currently running Next.js application, and then paste the command that we have copied. Let me just simply once again copy, and then let me once again paste, which is your npx AI-elements, and they will going to ask you a few questions about it. So let's just wait for a few seconds. All right, so now they are basically doing the registry checks and they are installing all the dependencies for us. So all right, let's just wait few more seconds. All right, and after that, look at that. These are all the AI components which is installed by running this simple command. And interestingly, all of this component is SAAD compatible. And that is the beautiful thing, by the way. Okay, one more warning, and I can see that the information that we have is for using tooltip, what you need to do, you need to wrap up your application inside the tooltip provider. All right, so let me close everything, go to my apps, my layout, and at this point, let me simply get my tooltip provider. All right. And this tooltip provider will definitely come from the, just give me a second. This will come from tooltip components /UI/tooltip. Okay. And hopefully this is pretty much it. Nice. Okay, what just happened? Tooltip for, okay, now the typos that we have. So let me quickly fix the typo. And all right, this is cool. Now I simply wanted you to visit to the protected slash chat slash page dot tsx. And inside this page dot tsx, I simply wanted you to do one thing that is pretty interesting, by the way. Create a component name as workspace. Yes, workspace AI chat. Okay, this workspace AI chat will going to accept lot of things. So let me just quickly paste all the component, all the props, by the way, we need to give. First is your mode, second is your title, third is your badge, then we have placeholder, then we also have empty state. That is beautiful thing. And this empty state will simply going to render the I can say that message icon, and this message icon will simply come from, let me get my message icon from Lucid React. All right, I think we don't have anything message icon, so maybe we can have a chat icon, we can have conversation. I don't know what will be the name of it. Conversation, do we have chat, do we have message? Yes, we have message circle component. So simply use this message circle component. Then this is the title and this is the description. After that, simply go inside your component. Yep. Inside this component, create a folder with the name of workspace. And inside this workspace, create a very interesting component name as workspace AI chat .tsx, and then RAFCE, simply say that as workspace AI chat, and then save this. Simply come here and let me import my component. Perfect. Close everything, close this and open this. Perfect. And after that, what I'll do, I'll just import bunch of components, bunch of lot of things. Let me show you that, all of that. So these are all the things that we need to import, a lot of things. Okay, we also need to install one very interesting component, one library, by the way, npm I AI SDK slash React. This will also come from the same AI SDK from Vercel. Perfect. Then we have default chat transport, React node, use memo, use ref, and use state. Then we have toast message, then we have conversation, message component, and then prompt component. All of this will come from your AI elements. Simple UI, nothing else. Everything is just a simple UI. Now let me paste all the types that we need to add. So we have workspace chat mode, then we have chat message metadata, and then all of this is your workspace AI chat props. Perfect. Now what I wanted you to do is to simply open this props, and then first thing is your title, second is your badge, third is your mode, then we have empty state, then we have placeholder, and type should be workspace AI chat props. Easy. All right. And now I wanted you to simply initialize a variable that is your const input, and set input is equals to use state. Then we have const conversation ID ref is equals to use ref, which will be type of string or type of null, and initial value should be null. Then simply initialize your transport. That transport will talk to your backend API. Yes, this is how AI SDK actually work. So simply say const transport is equals to use memo. Open this and then simply add empty dependency. Dependency should be mode, definitely. And then what I can do, I can simply say this will, okay, instead of returning object, I can directly say as new default transport. All right. and inside that open an object and simply pass the API, which is as /API/chat. Then we have prepare send message request. Yes, such a nice naming. I mean, I'm loving it. And then open this object. Simple. This object will simply accept few things. Let me just quickly pass all of them. Inside this, we have a body. Body will accept messages, the conversation ID if we have, otherwise undefined, then the mode that I wanted to send. Simple. Then now what is this default transport? This is something more of specific to AI SDK, so it's okay. Then what I can do, I can simply say const destructure your messages, your send message and your status, and stop utility from the use chat. Yes, and this use chat will first of all have the transport. Then we have on finish, which is equals to as message. All right, and then I'll open this object. Then we have simple const meta is equals to message dot metadata as chat message data. Otherwise this can be an undefined as well. Transport. Okay, spelling mistake. Let me fix this. Cool. Next, we have, by any chance, if we have any kind of error, then we can simply show the toast error. Okay, yes, no, I know I'm using AI, but this is how you need to use that as well. So this is the simple flow that we need to build. After that, simply add a handle submit a method that will accept some messages, which will be the type of prompt input message. And this prompt input message will have simple text that will equal to message.text, or if we have any extra spaces, so trim them. But if we don't have any text, then simply return. Otherwise, use this send message utility and send all the text that we have. That is it. And say set input as empty string. One more thing I wanted you to maintain is busy variable that will, if the status is equals to streaming, and if the status is equals to submitted, that means our AI and our AI, working space is busy. Now let me grab the entire UI and paste it. Yes, you also need to do the same. And then let me try to explain you all of them one by one. So we simply have a div with bunch of design. Then we have a basic header. That header will show a paragraph. Then the title that will come as a prop, and then badge that will come as a prop. Then we have this conversation component that will come from AI elements. Then we have this conversation content. If we don't have any content, then we are rendering this empty state. Otherwise, we are rendering this messages. All right, message contain message, message content, and then message response. Along with that, we have a conversation scroll button as well. Then we have this prompt input. This is where your text area, I can say that. Cool. Nice. Now let me simply say npm run dev just to run my front end. And let me reload my application. And let me go to my chat section, and this is how my chat UI will look. And let me try to send any message. So if I just simply come here and try to say, hello, what is the capital of India? And the moment I simply press enter, this will go to my backend, which is your hello, what is the capital of India? And if everything is fine, and if my AI will able to get the data, okay, what I'm getting, okay, I'm getting some errors. It's okay, bunch of errors. So let me fix them. No, this is not the hydration error, but can't read the property of undefined reading nan inside my backend. It's okay. So let me fix my backend first of all. Let me go to my route.ts/API and somewhere at this point. Okay. So how to get the last messages? Okay, if we have message, then calculate the message dot length -1. otherwise this. Okay, and what I can do, if we don't have last messages, then return this response. So hopefully this will work now. Let me reload it. Cool. Let me once again send hello, what is the uh, capital of India. The moment I send this, hopefully right now my backend just not got breaked. Okay, I'm getting 400 now. Why? Is dark sun and moon. Interesting. Hydration error. So where is my mode toggle button? This is, I have my lucid icon, then why I'm getting the mode toggle? Let me close once again. Let me say npm run dev. All right. Okay, so we have the chat once again. Let me simply send hello. Okay, so I send hello, but I'm still getting sun. This, why I'm getting 400? Okay, let me just quickly check that out and then I'll be right back. All right, and I think I found the mistake. Mistake is around this logic. Okay, what I'm doing, if we have the existing conversation, then get the conversation. But if we don't have any existing conversation, then instead of returning 404, yes, I wanted you to simply do a simple thing, which is your, let me show you, which is your const created. Yes, I mean, basically I'm doing this. Const created is equals to await create conversation, and then pass this user text slice the 0th index to the title max length and otherwise untitled. Then pass this created document ID. Otherwise, if no ID is provided, then create a new conversation, something like this. Or we can go more concise with it, but I think this logic will work. Okay. Last message. Hopefully I'm able to find my last message, and hopefully I'm able to send all the messages to my endpoint. All right, nice. So let's move ahead, finger crossed. Let me give it a reload. Okay, everything is fine. Let me resend a hello. Okay, I'm still getting 400. Why I'm getting 400? That is the main issue actually. Let me check my network tab. Let me reload it once again. All right. Let me simply send any random data. And I'm getting messages required. Oh, interesting. So for some reason, I'm not be able to send my messages to my backend. Okay, simple bug. I can fix that. So basically, this is the endpoint. We have this messages. So this messages is coming from default transport. Okay. So all right, let me just quickly fix it. All right. So by the way, we have multiple bugs. All right. So let me once again go to route.ts, and inside this, let me just start from the basic starting. Okay. So not here actually, at the bottom, this one, we definitely need to once again fix this entire logic. So let me remove this entire if condition. All right. And with this entire if condition, what I will do, I'll simply copy this once again and paste this logic. Now, what is this? Let me explain you. If we do not have any conversation ID, then create a new conversation and attach this to conversation ID. Otherwise, if the ID is provided, then first of all verify their existence. If we don't have anything, then return not found and then create a message for us. Bug 2 that we have is message create only when conversation ID exists. So like this point. All right. So this is how we are creating it. But right now I have saved it. Cool. Then bug 3 that we have is the client side on finish not using the metadata. So this is your on finish. All right. We have assistant text. We have everything. But right now what I wanted you to do is to use this metadata. How I can use that? I'll show you that. Cool. So let's move ahead and start implementing it. All right, so let me just try to check my entire logic from starting. We have everything installed here and imported here without any issue. We have our system prompts ready. Cool. We have all the types and some basic utility functions as well. Cool. We are getting JWT token. We have user as well. If we don't have any JWT and user, we are returning a error. That is beautiful thing. Then we basically initialized a body. Then this is the basic code. All right. And for some, okay, now this is fine. We have body, chat request body. Body is equals to await request dot JSON as request a body. Okay, so I'm just not able, because I have not called this function, that is why I'm getting this issue. And now I hope this will work. Then we have this mode. Okay, simple. We are selecting the modes. Then we have body messages. It's okay if we don't have any messages, then we'll return the error. Then we extract the last messages, something like this. If we don't have any last message, then we'll return this issue. Then we get, if we don't have any user message, then we just put a error as last message must be from user. Then we extracted a user message. All right. Then we have conversation document ID if we have any. Then a basic logic. Cool. If we don't have any ID, then create one. Otherwise, check the existing. If we don't have anything with this conversation ID, then simply I can say that conversation not found. Then we created the message and okay. Then we streamed the data model system, and this is the stream data that I wanted to send, and simply put exclamation so that this will work. Then we consumed it. Then we have final conversation ID. Then simple result UI message stream. We have original message. We have headers. Then we have message metadata. Okay. Then on finish we have assistant message. Then we have basically saved that message as well. And okay, I think this will work now. Hopefully. Let me once again come here. Let me reload everything. Close this. Okay. Make sure to open this fetch XHR. Simply say hello. Okay. Hopefully. Okay, I'm getting 500 as error. Okay, what is the error? Error part text hello. Why I'm getting error then? Type text hello. Then we have ID, we have role as well. Payload is also fine, I think. We have messages. Cool. So let me see that once again. All right, so I have added bunch of I can say that console logs here. All right, so that we have a proper output, proper logs, and then I can track what is happening, what is going wrong, and then that will hopefully help us to understand it. Okay, not here actually. Let me go to my route and let me paste that entirely. So okay, let me reload it once again. Hopefully this will work without any issue. Let me save this. All right, so now let me try to send any random messages. Chat 500. Okay, Strapi request failed. So the request is failing at the Strapi point. Now we get the error. Like we not be able to save the data to my Strapi because of localhost, the post request that we made. And for some reason, let me just quickly check the entire log here. All right, so let me go above. We have a message ID. Look at that. We have document, username, email, provider, confirmed, blocked. Okay. Then we have this. All right. Let me try to recheck it. Not this actually. So I'm getting a Strapi error. What is the error is? We have received, we have present user. Okay, we have conversation none, creating new conversation with title. Very good. Error during conversation and message setup. Okay, request is getting failed because of some reason. Okay, I'm able to call my slash API and I think I am getting 200 hopefully. Okay, then the issue is at this point, which is this strapi.ts. If response is not okay, then return strapi error. All right, cool, got it. and I am getting status as 405. Interesting. So if I am not wrong, I am configuring something very wrong. So let me go to my Strapi, and at this point, we have this create conversation. All right. Then we have this Strapi create. I'm passing method as post. Then why this is not working? That is the main thing. All right. So let me see. Okay, so where is the issue is, if I am not wrong, we have this create conversation. Okay, and I think I am hitting this slash API slash conversation instead of hitting conversations. So hopefully that will work without any issue. Okay, and then I'm passing this, and we also need to put S at this point as well. Okay, and hopefully everything is fine now without any issue. Cool. So let's move ahead, and then let me retry everything. So this is hopefully fine. Let me come here, and let me once again try to hit this. And if I simply send this refreshing, done, and look at that. Look at that, I am getting response. So these are bunch of errors. This is how we build application, and this is what investigative study known as. So let me simply say, hello, what is the capital of India? I know spelling is wrong, but New Delhi. Look at that, I am getting a response. Everything is working perfectly fine. And interestingly, if I go to my message, and if I go to my content manager, look at that, I have my conversation, and hopefully in few seconds I will get my messages as well. And look at that, these are all the messages I am able to save. Everything is saving, everything will be able to fetch here as well. So amazing job. And I know there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things to understand, and it's already a very huge chapter. But with this, let me end this chapter, and let me end this chat module. And we'll see you in next section. Next section is going to be very easy, because we just simply need to change the mode to code, and everything will work perfectly fine. So with this, let me end the chapter number 4, and see you next time. All right, beautiful peoples. So now we have successfully implemented the chat module. Now let's move ahead and try to replicate, and I can say that simply copy and paste the code module as well. So for implementing code, let me tell you, it's going to be same. Just what you need to do is to simply go inside your app, and your protected route code and page.tsx. Simply copy this from here to here and go to your page, paste the component, import the component, just change the mode to code. First, change the title to code, and then you can also change some of the badge. Let's say you can simply say code assistant, and then let's say Gemini 2.5 flash, something like that. And then instead of send a message, I can say that as describe your coding problem or ask for code suggestion. Yes, we can go for it. And then at this point, I can use code icon, and instead of start a conversation, I can simply say pair on program code with AI. Okay, and then inside the description, I can simply say get refactors, reviews, debuggings, a lot of things. I mean, we can just put it, then simply paste this code. All right, and I think yes, that is pretty much it we need to do. Yep. So if I just now simply go to my code, this is my code section, and I can say create me a cheat sheet for React. Okay, the moment I send this, and interestingly, you will see we are streaming the data. We are not rendering the entire data at once. So that is the beautiful thing about our application and our AI model, that we are streaming the data. Okay, and look at that, how beautifully we have created the cheat sheet of it. You can add I can say that code highlighting as well. Take that as an assignment. Okay, make sure to mention timestamp, in the comment and drop assignment name as well. You need to add code highlighting inside this. Now how you will do, I don't know, but that is your assignment, you have to do so. All right, so this is the simple code section, I can say that, and it is very easy to implement. Okay, again you can do a general chat with it as well, but let's be more specific, and this will more of generate the code related, I can say that, responses. Okay, in next module we will going to implement the image one. Okay, with this let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, guys, welcome to chapter number 6. In this chapter, we will going to implement the image module where we first of all going to follow the same steps. Like step number 1 is to add the image collection into the Strapi. Then second is going to be add all the utils related to Strapi, like just to get the images, save the images, update the images, something like that. Then we are simply going to add backend, which is /API/images, that will use AI SDK and Google Gemini to generate images. All right. And fourth, we simply going to implement the UI part for it. Okay, easy. These are all the steps that we wanted to perform in this specific chapter. All right, so first step, first simply go inside your Strapi dashboard and then simply search for content type builder. Inside this, okay, I need to log in once again. So let me log in and then go inside your content type builder, add new collection, name it as image, and then simply enter. First field that you need to add is the text field and can be a long text of prompt. All right, this is the user prompt for specific image. Nice. And after that, I simply wanted you to add I think the another one, which is again image, but at this time this will be your image URL, and then simply finish it. And next we need to create a relation with, definitely with user, and users has many images. This will be the relations that we need, and simply press on finish. After that, simply save this collection, and this will automatically going to write all the APIs, all the types, everything for you. You need not to do anything. That is such a beautiful thing, literally amazing. And after that, next thing I just wanted you to simply go inside your application, and then inside this application simply search for your Strapi one, and inside the Strapi I simply wanted you to, let me open my Strapi folder that is inside here. All right, and below this wanted you to once again add a comment with the name of images and videos. All right, this is what we wanted to do. So first thing, how my Strapi image will going to look, that will something like this. We have ID, we have document ID, then we have prompt, image URL created at and updated at. Then I can simply have export function as create image record, that will going to accept only two things. First is JWT, yes, and second is going to be prompt and image URL, not document actually. So for that, what I can do, I can simply say first thing I need string, second thing that I need is image URL. Yes, my AI is getting it completely right. Then this will simply going to return a promise of its Strapi image record. Yes, this is also correct. So we can simply use it. Next, I simply wanted to use the utility name as Strapi create. First thing they accept is JWT. Second thing is your API/images. Make sure to write that in plural, not in singular. Then I can simply say prompt. First is your params and second is your image URL. Amazing job. In same way, I wanted you to create another function that will be your Strapi list. Okay, and at once only fetch, I can say that 24 images. I mean, it's just a random string, and maybe at once Strapi only give you 24 images. and 24 data. Perfect. So this is your another function. All right, so this is also done. Next, simply open your app, go inside your API and create another section with the name of image. All right, and inside this image, simply create another folder with the name of generate. And inside the generate one, yes, simply write route name as route.ts. And then first thing that I wanted you to do is to import bunch of utilities with me. So let me just quickly paste all of them. I need AI SDK, Google, I need AI, and make sure to import generate image utility. That is the beautiful. Then mkdir function and write file function, then this join method, then get auth token, get current user, and create image record and Strapi error. These are bunch of things that we need to import. Next, I wanted to write here the image model, which is Gemini 3.1. Make sure to write the correct model name. Flash image preview. All right, you can even use Nano Banana and something like that if you have $300 of free credits. So it's up to you. Now, next I can give the type Google image aspect ratio. That will be your 1 by 1, 4 by 3, 3 by 4, 16 by. Okay, so let me just grab all the ratios that we have. Okay, 1 by 1, 3 by 4, 4 by 3, 9 by 16, and 16 by 9. Okay, nice. And then what I can do, I can simply create a variable with the name of aspect ratios, which will be the type of Google image aspect ratio, and these are all the ratios that we have. All right, in same way I can also have media type like JPG, PNG, WebP, all of them. So that is, this utility is your const media type extension that contain image of JPEG, image PNG of PNG, and image WebP of WebP. Then what I'll do, I'll simply create very nice function. This is AI generated function, so you can also copy and paste that directly, which is your parse aspect ratio. So they accept a value that will first of all check the type of it, and then this aspect ratio include whatever the given value or not, and then otherwise return that value, otherwise return the default value of 101. Okay, nice. Then I wanted you to simply say export async function, and definitely I wanted to create the post endpoint, and they're simply going to have the request, which is the type of request. Then we have JWT, which is again get auth token. Then we will get the user, which will await get current user, need not to pass any token. And then again a simple check, if we don't have JWT or if we don't have user, then simply return unauthorized. Easy, nice. And then what I'll do, I'll simply fetch, yep, I can simply say const body is equals to await request dot json, and then I will destructure two value. First is prompt and second is aspect ratio. This will come from the front end. Then I basically going to do one more thing is to parse my, I can say that aspect ratio. All right, so I can simply say parsed aspect ratio is equals to use the parse aspect ratio function, and then very simple, simply open try and catch. Inside the try, say const result is equals to await generate image, and then simply pass first thing is your model, which will be say Google dot image and then image model. Easy. Then we need to pass the input, then number, like how many images you wanted to create. So I only wanted to create one image per request. Then we have provider options, that will be the Google, and we will pass all the aspect ratio that we have. Amazing, nice. And yes, that is it. Then this result will give you the access, And that generated image we will going to save locally inside our public folder, and that is how we will going to use. So first I can say const file is equals to result dot image. Nice. Then what I can do, I can simply say const image URL is equals to await save generated image. Now this will be the function that will first of all accept the file base64. Second is your media type of your file. All right. Yes. So the moment you say file dot, you will get this. And then what I can do, I can simply say const record is equals to await, call the Strapi function, which is your const create image record, and they will accept first thing is your prompt, second thing is your image URL. Nice. And yes, they will also accept the JWT. Perfect. And I think that is it. We can now simply return a response. So you can simply say return a response.json, an object with model of image model, document ID as record dot document ID, not ID. Then next we can have a prompt. Yes, we can return prompt as well. And then we can return image URL as record dot image URL. But by any chance, if we have any kind of error, then yes, this is the error I wanted to return. Amazing. So one simple utility that I wanted to create is save generated image. So this is, I can say, that is something that we wanted to save inside the public folder we have inside the current working directory, like this public folder, and with the folder name of generated image I wanted to save. So let me show you the function. That is your simple async function, save generated image, and yes, they accept base64 and media type, and they return, at least let's just not track anything for now. And first thing what I'll do, I'll grab my extension exactly, and if we don't have anything as extension, then I will simply going to return PNG. Very good. Then I will create a file name that will be, let's say we can use crypto here. So simply say crypto.random UUID and then whatever the extension we will going to have. So this is your file name. Next I can have the public path. So I can simply say public path is equals to backticks slash will directly target your public folder, and then generated images and whatever your file name. And then we will simply going to say output directory is equals to use the join method, get your currently working directory and then your public folder and then this folder. So they everything will join. Now we have a proper path, and then I can use simple mkdir function and save everything. I mean, I hope this is easy to understand. And then we can also say const write file, give them the output directory, the file name, whatever the buffer we have as base64, and then return the public path. So this is how you can get the image and save to your local working directory. I know it's a bit confusing, but simple Node.js logic. It's okay if you not be able to understand it. You can do a basic research on all of these functions, and now you are good to go. Again, this is not Node.js course. This is more of project specific course. So explaining each and every functions, each and every concept specific to Java, JavaScript or Node.js, that is not the scope of this video. All right, and that is why I'm directly using functions, not explaining you each and every line of code. And I hope you guys able to understand that approach. Okay, all right, so amazing. In like now we have the create endpoint is ready, but along with that I also wanted to have another route that is outside of the generate folder, and that is for getting your existing, I can say that, images. So I'm directly going to copy and paste that method. Very easy, by the way. We simply going to get the auth token and current user and list image records and Strapi error. Easy. Then I can simply say export async function, that will be get. And again, a lot of things going to be same. So let me simply copy few of them. So this much of code is same. So copy that and paste that. Then simply open your try and catch and simply say const images is equals to await list image record and simply pass your JWT. Await. Perfect. After that, we can simply return the response.json and then also pass the images. Perfect. And at the last, what I can do, I can once again return the response.json and then we can also return the error. Yes. And as status is going to be 500. Perfect. Nice. So now we have this get endpoint as well. Simply close everything, go inside your app protected, this image page.tsx, and then inside this page.tsx, I definitely, this is just a UI, so most of the things I'm simply going to copy and paste. So first of all, let me import bunch of things that I need. So first of all, mark it as a use client, then we have button, label, skeleton, and then cn function. All right. Along with that, import bunch of icon from, I can say that, Lucid React. So the first icon is going to be image icon. All right. Then we have this loader icon and then we have sparkle icon. Perfect. And after that, wanted you to simply add a type as gallery item, which will contain document ID, prompt, image URL, and created it. Easy. Then also wanted you to create a generate response type, which will contain document ID, prompt, image URL, model, and easy. Then once again, these are all the aspect options that we have. So every aspect options that we have, like 101, their label will be 101 and square. Same with 16 by 9, 9 by 16, 4 by 3, and 3 by 4, and a ratio 4, whatever is that. Perfect. Now inside this, what you can do, you can maintain bunch of state variables. Let me just grab all the state variables that we need. So first state variable is your prompt, where you will going to write your input, something like that. Then these are the aspect ratios. Then some loading variable, preview, gallery, and then is loading gallery. Perfect. First method that I wanted you to create is your load gallery method. That will be a simple async method. That I can simply say try and catch. Inside the try, I can say const response is equals to await fetch, simple, /API /images, and for cache simply say no store. All right. And if there's a response which is not okay, then simply check for, first of all, if response.status is 401, then simply return from here. Otherwise, throw a new error. Okay, that error will say fail to load gallery. Perfect. And then I can simply say const data is equals to await response dot json. Perfect. And then what I can do, I can simply say set gallery as data dot images, otherwise an empty string, an empty array, sorry. But inside the catch, if we have any, then I can simply say toast dot error, that can simply say to us is could not load your image. Amazing. And then also put here one finally block. That finally block will simply say set is loading gallery as false. One more thing that I wanted you to do, we are using toast, but very big mistake that we did is simply go inside your root layout. Yes. And then below this children, import your toaster component from your UI Sonar. Then and only this will going to work. Otherwise, you will not be able to see any kind of, I can say, toasters. Amazing. Now we have this load gallery function. This will load all the existing, I can say that, images that we have. Okay. Then what I will do, I'll simply say use effect, and this use effect will simply going to have a simple load gallery method as a dependency, and this will simply call a load gallery method. Amazing. And maybe for the first time this will load, so you can also remove this. Nice. Next, I wanted you to create a handle generate function. So this will be your handle generate, again a sync method that will accept the event which will the type of form event. Then first thing will be your event prevent default. And then next what I can do, I can get the text as prompt dot text, whatever the, not text actually, trim. So whatever the extra spaces that we have, that will get removed. Then set is generating as true. Perfect. And set preview as null. Cool. And then I can simply open a try and catch. Inside the try, simply say const response is equals to await fetch slash API slash images and then slash generate. Yes, this will be your endpoint. Method should be post. Then next we can have headers. Headers will be simple content type, and the content type will be as application slash JSON. Perfect. And body should only accept the prompt and aspect ratio. So I can simply say body as JSON dot stringify, that will going to accept your prompt as text and then your aspect ratio. Perfect. Now this will give us a response. So I can simply say const data is equals to await response dot JSON. And then yes, then what I can do, I can simply say set preview as data dot image URL if we have any. Then I can say toast dot success as image ready. And then what I will do, I can also call this function as load gallery. So this will basically recall my function and get me some data. Maybe I can put here await as well. That will be much better. And then by any chance, if we have any error, then I can simply say const error as error message. And inside the finally, I can simply say set is generating as false. Perfect. Nice. So now we have handle generate method as well. Now only thing that is left is to copy and paste the entire UI. So definitely I am not gonna write UI at all. So let me just quickly bring the entire UI here. Then let me try to explain you them one by one. So we simply have a div. All right. This div is divided into, I can say that, 2 and more of 3 and 4 sections. Okay. First section contain a simple header that will show the workspace, image, Gemini, some basic text. That is it. Nothing fancy here. Then we have another section. This is your form. This form is rendering 2 things. First is your text area where you will going to put your prompt. Then next is your select component. All right. Maybe I can use here the Satsian components, but okay. Then next we have this button. This button, first of all, let me use here the loader component and let me use here the sparkle icon. Perfect. And then next section that we have is to show the results that we have. is multiple aspect ratios. On the basis of that, we are showing the output. Then let me also render another loader icon. Then this is your image icon. Perfect. And this is your image that will going to show you they will accept source as preview and basically going to render the generated image. All right. And for now, you can simply cut this out. This is just some ESLinting specific thing. And then if we have any arrays, then if we have any already generated image, then we wanted to render them onto the UI. Okay, that is the only thing we wanted to do. Hopefully your application is up and running. Simply go inside your images section, and there is some typo inside my code. Look, okay, let me figure that out. And yes, all right. So now could not load your images. Okay, so for some reason my images not get loaded. Yes, I know why, because I need to go inside my settings, inside my roles, for the authenticated user, search for image, select all, then save, then come here and then once again reload. And hopefully this will work at this time. If not, let me see. But if I simply say a red panda into the Japan, okay, and the moment I simply press on generate, okay, I got some error, next theme error, it's okay. Then objects are not a valid as a React child. If you mean to render a collection of children, use an array instead. Okay, so I think inside the array, oh, got it. I need to first of all get this tooltip provider inside, or maybe I'm not using tooltip anywhere. So I will simply remove my tooltip, and hopefully this will, let me put some, okay, still getting the same error. All right, so this is the toaster that is coming from UI Sonar. Okay, and inside this I'm using my toast icon. Then what is happening? Okay, all right, objects are not a valid React child. I think I got it. Yes, I think inside your handle generate, at this point I can simply say something went wrong. Hopefully this will not going to give any error. And if I say anything and simply say, okay, yes, I'm getting something went wrong, it's okay. Let me check my network. Let me hit once again. I'm getting 404. Why I'm getting 404? Maybe my AI endpoint is wrong. So what is my endpoint? /API /image. That is not images actually. So we need to remove this S. Okay, first endpoint, and hopefully this is my another endpoint. Where is that? Yeah, this one. Change this to image. Perfect. And now if I come here, oh, okay. I think this is work. Okay, now we don't have any kind of error here. Let me simply write anything. A red panda reading a book in a cozy library. A red panda reading a book into a cozy library, into the forest. I don't know. Let me simply press on generate, and generating image sometime takes at least of 50 to 60 seconds. So we have to wait for it. All right. And image is ready. Nice. Cool. But for some reason, I'm not be able to see the image. But if I reload, so, okay, let me check my public folder. Is I have any kind of image there? There is a public folder. Yes, no. So I think we not be able to generate the image, because if we will able to generate the image, we can see something, na? But right now we are getting /API as this. Okay, let me go to my inspect, to my source, to my network. Okay, let me once again say a red panda into the forest. All right, and simply press on generate. Okay, this is a generate. Payload is this aspect ratio, and then prompt preview. So hopefully I'm able to see any preview here. Okay, I'm getting fail to generate image. Hmm. And then getting an empty array as an object response. Interesting. Why I'm getting 500 internal error? Fail to generate image. That is the error I'm getting. Is I'm able to save anything inside my content manager? Let me see that. Let me reload this. Let me go to my image. Yes, I'm not be able to save anything. Cool. So, okay, yes, I'm getting what I'm getting. Let me recheck it. Please check your plan and billing details. No, I have right billings. Then why this is not working? You exceed your current quota. Please check your plan. All right. I think this is more of AI specific issue. I mean, the AI model specific issue. I don't know why this is not working. I have correct AI API. Then this should work. But for some reason, I'm not be able to use that. It's okay if I'm not be able to use that. What we can do, I mean, why I'm getting this? I have free credits as well, but it's okay. I mean, if you have the free credits available, you will see the output. All right, but let me figure out. Let me do something for you. All right, guys. So now I have basically set up the billing. Okay. So hopefully this will basically work without any issue right now. Perfect. This is just a basic billing setup that I need to do so that cool. Hopefully this will work for you as well. Now let me give it a shot once again. Simply press on generate. All right, let's just wait for the image generation. Hopefully this will work. If not, then we figure out something else as well. I have a lot of solutions, so don't worry about anything. Cool. And I think this is taking few seconds. So hopefully this will generate. Oh, look at that. This is the image is generated by AI, and we will able to basically see that. And if I reload this, I'm still able to see the loaded image, and this image is interestingly saved inside your public folder. Look at that. This is the image. I know we can go a bit more in detail. We can use some better model. We can definitely use some of the best AI model, some of the best nano banana specific models, and that will generate the I can say that much better result. So let me try to get something best for out of it, and then I'll be right back. All right, so if I just simply go to my route and simply check, look at that. These are all the image specific AI. So we can use, let me just go with image 4.0 ultra generate 001, and then let me just grab some nice prompt for it. All right, and let me just try to paste that and make a model. I don't know, there's some random prompt that I'm giving to it. Hopefully this will give me something better out of it. All right, and let's just wait for a few seconds and we will get some good output hopefully. And look at the output, it is pretty amazing. So you can chat with it, you can code with it, you can also generate images with it, and this is how the image will look like. Amazing. So I can say that this is the end of chapter number 6. I hope you guys are enjoying this entire series. If yes, then make sure to drop your comment. With this, let me end this chapter and see you next time. All right, beautiful peoples, and welcome to the chapter number 7. In this chapter, we will going to implement the video module, and video module is going to be same as image module. So most of the thing is simply copy and paste. So let's move ahead and start implementing it. All right, so these are same four step that we will going to perform. So first thing first, simply go inside your Strapi dashboard and okay, make sure to reload just to see. Hopefully your image is able to save inside database, and yes, definitely. Now go inside your content type builder, simply press a new. Now I wanted to create for videos. Inside this, open this. First thing, same, go to long text and then open your prompt, finish. And the second thing is going to be your again video URL, and then again finish, and third is simply relation with user. Definitely user has many videos, and simply press on save. So this save will going to write all the APIs, all the backend thing for you. Look at that, they are writing, shutting down the Strapi, and then once again look at that, loading the Strapi info, building the context, creating the admin, again generating the types, and all the things that they did here. All right, nice. So now what next? Next is to simply go inside your settings, inside your roles, authenticated roles, and search for videos. Simply select all and save this. Amazing, nice. Now I just wanted to give you this as an assignment, but all right, I think you guys now understand everything very well. Let me simply go to my Strapi folder. Same way that we have for images, in same way this will going to be for my videos as well. Yes, yes, same for videos. Everything is, I can say that most of the thing is definitely same. So let me show you that. Simply copy, come here and paste this, but instead of image record, this will now become your video record. Everything will same, just instead of image URL, this will be your video URL. Easy, nice. Now copy this function, come here, paste this function. Instead of create image record, now this will become your create video record, and definitely instead of image URL, this will be your video URL, and change this to video URL. Easy. In same way, I can create another function that will be your list video recordings, that will simply list all the videos that we have. Perfect, nice. Cool. Now simply go inside your app API, and in same way create for videos. Perfect. And after creating for videos, same thing. Let me show you. First of all, let me copy this route. Everything will same. Just instead of using list image records, I just wanted to use here list video records. That is it. That is the only thing. And instead of returning images, this will return us the videos. And yes, I think we are good to go. Perfect. So your get endpoint hopefully is fine. Yes. So your get endpoint is fine now. Next, I wanted you to create the generate one. Again, simple route.ts. And inside this generate route.ts, most of the thing is going to be same. So but what I can do actually, let me show you. So first thing first, let me import all of the important things that we need. So we need Google Gen AI at this point, but I think we don't need Google Gen AI, or maybe we need, because we can directly use the AI SDK as well. So let me go to my AI SDK. All right, and let me search for Google Video. Perfect. Yes, this is the thing. This is for generating text, and hopefully I will get something around images. This is for image configuration. Perfect. And this is for, where is my video? Is we have anything specific to video? Summarize this video, not this content array. No, actually we don't have any example for it, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So all right, what I can do, let me show you that. Close your currently running Next.js application, or maybe open new terminal. Go inside the frontend folder and simply say npm i @google/genai. Yes, this is the package of Google for using it. Nice. So now we have this Google Gen AI as well. And then I simply wanted to have one video underscore model that will be your VO. Yes, this is a Google model for generating videos as generate preview. But you can use much better models as well. Then let me just get most of the things that we need as a constant. So first thing we need Google video aspect ratio. Only two ratios we have: Google video duration 4 seconds, 6 seconds, or 8 seconds. Then simple variables, and nice. Then I wanted to have a basic function. That function is your parse aspect ratio. Simple. And in same way we have for parse duration as well. Okay, so duration must be your 4 second, or 6 second, or 8 second. If there is nothing around this, then we will simply going to return the 4. Perfect. Otherwise, whatever the duration we are giving. Next I can simply create one interesting utility, that is your delay function, that will accept number of millisecond you wanted to delay this. So this is simply going to return a promise that is using internally set timeout. Simple utility. Next, I simply wanted to say async function, or maybe export async function, but instead of get, this will be become your post right now. And then we have request of request. Perfect. And then what I can do, first thing we have JWT, definitely. Next we have user. If we don't have JWT or user, return simple error. I hope I'm using AI, so you guys not going to bothered by it, because initially I just told you clearly using AI is the only way you can build project these days. All right, so use if you can, but try to understand the concepts as well. Just don't blindly use that. Then I simply need await body as request.json. All right, then I can simply say what I can say. I can simply say this as, first of all, const aspect ratio is equals to parse body dot aspect ratio. Next we have duration, parse duration as well, and then simply say try and catch. Then we can say const AI is equals to new Google Gen AI. That will basically going to accept the API key, which is equals to, let me search my env. Not this, where is my env? Okay, so the name of variable is Google Generative AI API key. Perfect. So this is my process.env. Google Generative AI API key. Perfect. Then I can simply say let operation is equals to await AI.models.generate videos. Yep. And then this will simply going to accept, first thing is your video model. Now you can see okay, I'm not getting any suggestions here. It's okay. Then I can simply say this as prompt. Prompt is equals to prompt. Then we have configurations like number of videos is 1, aspect ratio and duration. This will come something like this. Duration. Okay, duration value is not duration actually. This is your duration seconds, and that is equals to your duration. Oh, we don't have prompt. What I'm getting? Prompt is basically type of body dot prompt, and hopefully this will work. Nice. Again, by any chance, if we have any error, we're simply going to return this. But after this, what I'll do, I'll just poll for my video. Okay, this will take some time. So every, let's just say 1 second, or every 10 seconds, we will basically going to poll our database, not the database actually, this API, just to see is video is generated or not. So for polling it, very simple by the way, you can simply run infinite loop here. So const poll is equals to 0, and if not of operation done, and poll is less than maximum underscore polls, then simply do poll plus plus. All right, and simply first of all do await delay, and then keep on checking this. How? You can simply say AI dot operation dot get video operation, whatever the operation object that we have. Nice. So this will going to give us some operation. But if not of operation is done and all the maximum poll is done, then I can simply return video generation timeout. Otherwise, what we will do, we will simply, or maybe we can have error as well. All right. So the error will be simple as I can say, perfect. Then what I'll do, like by any chance, if this operation have any kind of error, then we'll simply going to return whatever the error we will going to have. Perfect. And after this, what we can do, then we will simply move ahead, and then what I can do is, let me show you. I can say const generated video is equals to this operation will going to give us a response going to contain the generated videos of 0th index, because we can have multiple as well. Nice. Again, if we don't have any videos, then simply return this response. Otherwise, say video URL is equals to await save generated, same like images, whatever the first thing they accept is your AI, yes, and then next thing they accept generated video, and then what we will do, we'll simply going to save into the database. So await create video record, pass the prompt and video URL, and simply return the response. So response be like response model document ID prompt video URL and something like this. Cool. So now let's move ahead and let me quickly paste the save generated video. Okay, because this too much thing is going on, and very easy to understand, by the way. Same thing we did inside the image one. Okay, so first thing they accept your AI, second thing all the parameters, which is type of files or download, then we created the file name, then we have public path, which is your slash generated videos slash file name, then output directory, then your output path, create folder, save the data inside it. Okay, yes, this is how you can basically download that into this specific output path. Then you will able to access your videos. All right, I know it's a bit confusing, but all right, you guys can also directly copy and paste this, because I just don't wanted you to make any kind of mistake here. Cool. So our backend is also ready. Next is also simple. Let me go to my protected, to my page.tsx, and then inside the page.tsx, let me tell you something, everything will be same. Yes, so let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me go to my image one, copy this entirely. Yes, copy this, come to your page.tsx and paste it. Yep. Then, oh, what just happened? Let me once again paste, and then just change a few things with me. All right, wherever we have the image URL, change that with video URL first thing. All right, nice. Hopefully this will get changed. Now this is your aspect options, but right now we only have this two aspect options. Okay, so let me remove this value and this value, and instead of wide, okay, wide is fine, but instead of tall we can say this as a vertical. All right, nice. Then okay, what is happening? Everything's fine. Then this is also duration. Yes, we also need one duration options as well. So 4 seconds, 6 seconds and 8 seconds. All right, then yes, we also need to add one state variable for duration. Okay, so we can keep that as well, but instead of 101 we wanted to keep 16:9. Then is generating. Okay, and this is how we wanted to go. Preview is fine, gallery is also fine, is loading gallery also fine, but instead of read image, this is your, let me check, is videos. Yes, this is also fine. Fail to load gallery, and yes, this will be your video as well, and this will be video as well. Cool. So now we are getting nice suggestions. AI is working perfectly fine. Next endpoint we need to change is this videos. Yup. So right now everything is fine, but instead of giving prompt aspect ratio, one more thing is duration seconds. All right. Make sure to give the duration seconds. So instead of duration, I can name it as seconds. And instead of set duration, simply say set duration seconds. Perfect. Nice. And then this will return us some data, and simply set preview as data video URL. Instead of image ready, simply say video is ready. Then also call your load gallery thing, something went wrong and is generating. Perfect. So this is also fine. Let me snooze my AI. And then let me simply paste my entire UI for my video as well. All right. But at this time, instead of rendering image component, I am rendering here the video component. Cool. I am simply rendering here the video component. So make sure to keep that in mind. And let me grab my video icon from Lucid React. Let me get my loader icon. We already have loader icon. Let me get my sparkle as well. Look at that. Once your base is ready, na, you can simply reuse a lot of code like we did at this point. And I think, yes, we have another input here. So let me just try to break this down once again for you. So this is your entire div. This div once again divided into 3, and we can say that 4 sections. First section is for header, just simple basic text. Look at that. Then second is your form, which contain a text area where you will give your prompt. Second for selecting aspect ratios. Third is for selecting your duration. After that, this is your div that contain a simple button. That button will just trigger your handle submit function. The next section we have is to generated image, just to show the generated image. And this is for showing all your previously generated data. If we have nothing to show, we'll show this. Otherwise, we run a map on gallery state variable and everything will be rendered inside the video tag. Hopefully this will work. So now let me go to my video section, and then let me just try to grab some of the, let me go to my dashboard, and now I wanted to, yes, this is my playground by the way. Let me just search for some videos. I don't know, I'm just searching for it. Maybe I'll get some prompt. All right, so I have copied one very interesting prompt from ChatGPT. Okay, then everything is by default. Let's go with vertical, and 4 seconds is fine. Simply press on generate, and hopefully this will work for the first time. I don't know. And let's just wait for a few seconds, and hopefully this will work. Nice. So this is generating. This will take some time, I know. So let's just wait for it. All right, so right now I got 500 for some reason, I don't know. Let me retry to generate and check my network tab. So this is generate endpoint. This is the payload that I have, aspect ratio, duration, and a simple prompt. Okay, so let's just wait for a few more seconds, then I'll be get the actual reason for it. Perfect. All right, so I am getting a response as failed to generate video. Interesting. And not be able to return anything as well. So this is the only response that I am getting is fail to generate video. All right, let me investigate, then I'll be right back. I think the issue is to this getting timeout very early, if I'm not wrong. So for fixing the timeout issue, what I can do, let me show you that. Actually, you can simply say export const max duration as 600. So this will basically going to shift my AI API call to the 10-minute max. And I think this will work. So if I once again run my application npm run dev and go to here, all right, let me reload everything. Let me simply say cinematic static drawn shot of a neon city. All right. Let's keep everything default and let me simply press on generate. Payload is something like this. Hopefully this will generate something for me. Nothing to preview, no response till now. All right, let's wait for a few seconds. No, actually this will not work. So let me just try to add proper logs here. All right. So why not let's use AI and say, can you please, and you can also use something like this. Can you please add a proper logs so that I can track where my AI is actually, where my backend is actually fail. All right, let me send this prompt and hopefully my AI will basically going to add a proper checks, proper console here. And I think there's something wrong with create video record. I don't think so because we successfully implemented everything without any issue. And this will going to generate for me, but it's okay. Let's see how they are basically checking it. Oh, okay. I think I need to give them the context only into the same file. All right, let's just wait for it. All right, so my AI generated some of the logs for me. Okay, so let me rerun this and show you the debug output so that we can track where we are actually getting wrong. All right, I have a lot of console.log inside my application. I can even show you the count for it, more than 30 console.logs. You need not to read this code because eventually I'm going to delete all the logs. This is just for development purpose. Let me simply press on generate once again. All right. Okay, I think I'm getting video. Oh, there's something breaking inside the Strapi, if I'm not wrong. But it's okay. We'll get the output hopefully. So let me keep on checking. Okay, we are polling. The request is basically started here. This is fine. Authenticated user. Yes, user is authenticated. We are parsing the request body. We got the prompt length. We got the parameters as well. We initialized Google Gen AI. Video generation is starting. And then video generate preview is taking some time. Video generation request submitted. Operation ID. Okay, I think we are breaking at the polling point, if I'm not wrong. Because we are polling for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is already done. Okay. 6 is also done. In every 10 second we are polling actually. And I think every 10 second we are polling it. Oh, look at that. Polling is also completed after 6 attempts and we are breaking at the Strapi endpoint. All right, there's something wrong with our Strapi. All right, everything is fine. Everything is perfectly fine because you guys can see that video is also saved, if I am not wrong, inside my public folder. Look at that. We have 4 to 5 videos generated. Look at that. Video is generating. And I can even show you the output. This is AI generated output. So there's something wrong with Strapi. Otherwise, everything is perfectly working without any issue. Look at that. Look at the output. Look at that. Perfect. So this is the output that we are actually getting and amazing. But for some reason, this is actually breaking when creating video record in the database, and while we wanted to create, this is where this fails. All right. Okay. So now let's move ahead and let me just quickly fix my backend. Hopefully there's nothing serious. Okay. And then everything will work without any issue. So just give me a minute. Let me quickly fix it. Okay, so let me just debug in front of you. So we are importing the create video record. Create video record accept two things. First is your prompt and second is your video URL. All right. So at this point we have a prompt and prompt is coming from body.prompt. So first thing, we basically got the video URL. All right, so this will returning us the video URL, but does we have JWT? Yes, we have, hopefully. So because of this logic, I'm not be able to save that. So where is my create video record? This is my create video record that will trying to hit my slash API slash videos. So slash API slash videos, and then I'm getting 400 requests. That is something interesting. This is my slash API slash videos. Yes, I'm hitting the right endpoint. But first thing they accept is the parameter dot prompt. Then second is the video URL. Then why there's something getting wrong here. All right. So we have video URL. We have okay. So let me just quickly check. Hopefully everything is fine. Prompt. Okay. Is there any mistake inside my Strapi? Is there any mistake inside my Strapi? So video contain prompt. Oh, I think the prompt should be in small letters, not in capital. Okay, that is the issue actually. Cool. Now this will work. Let me quickly save this. And hopefully without any issue, this will work at this time. All right. Everything is fine. Every logic is fine. There is just a simple one mistake. And because of that, we have to do this much of debug. And I love this. Cool. Okay, let me just once again try to hit generate. And hopefully my code is fine. I haven't removed anything. Yes, everything is fine. Okay, generating the videos. At this time, this will work. Hopefully. And congratulations to yourself. Look at that. We got the AI response. This is the AI generated videos. All right. Pretty amazing output, and I'm loving it. And if you check your content manager, go inside the videos, look at that. This is the generated data that we got. Pretty amazing job. And I hope you guys are loving it. If yes, then make sure to drop your comment. With this, I can say that we have successfully completed this entire project. All right. Okay. Last thing that we need to implement, and few more things that we need to do, that simple copy paste again, that is just the UI. So I will give you the entire code base for it, but this thing is your page. So let's move ahead and finish this. So how this will going to look, let me show you. Close everything, open your app. Where is that? Go inside protected, open your dashboard, and then page.tsx. All right. And then inside this dashboard page.tsx, let me quickly copy that and paste that entirely. There's nothing, only few things that we need to show here. All right. Let me install remix icon. Okay. Let me show you that. Simply say npm I at the rate remix icon. Oops. npm I at the rate remix icon slash react. Nice. So now this will basically going to use all of these icons. We have only few sections. Let me show you that. Each section have href, then their title, then their description, an icon, and bunch of accent color. Okay, and we are simply rendering all of this data onto the UI. Okay, let me show you that. So this is how they look. If you press on code, you will be redirected to the code section. But if you press on video, you will be redirected to the video section. If you press on image, simple, perfect, nice. And one more thing that I wanted to achieve, let me go to my chat. This is fine. Image is also fine. Video is also not fine actually, because I'm not getting theme. Interesting. So this video is inside image. Yes, this is also inside image. Then this is also the dashboard shell that we have. Then why I am not be able to see the logout for my I can say that these tools, I don't know. So the moment I press on logout, I can log out, I can log in. Amazing. But My homepage still looks very, very, very normal. So what you can do, let me show you that again. Copy paste UI. I just don't focus and I don't take UIs these days too much seriously, because AI can give you so much of better result in case of UI. So let me show you the entire UI of the homepage. All right, lot of things. Again, you can directly go and paste it, and this is how your homepage will look. Okay, again purplish. This is AI generated, nothing much. Okay, this is how this entire UI look to you. So this is your navigation bar. You can turn to light mode, dark mode. You can go to the dashboard. Once again, let me simply go to my dashboard. Nice. A light mode, dark mode, code, chat, image, and videos. Perfect. Nice. Amazing, amazing job. And we have successfully created this project from starting to end using Strapi, and big shout out to Strapi as well. If you able to understand anything in this video, then make sure to tag us onto the Twitter. Don't forget to tag me, Suraj TWT underscore and Hitesh sir onto the Twitter. Hopefully you guys able to understand something. If yes, then make sure to share your feedback where we can improve, where we can do much more better thing for you. With this, let me end this entire project, and I hope you guys are able to understand a lot of new things, lot of new technology, how you can take the leverage of Strapi without building the entire API by yourself, entire backend by yourself. So bye bye, take care, see ya, and see you next time.